South Omaha's got it free. South Omaha can never.
The clerk has started the recording.
Your actions weren't becoming an officer.
Thank you. Welcome to the Appropriations Committee hearings. My name is Rob Clements. I'm from Elmwood. I represent Legislative District 2 in Cass County and Eastern Lancaster County. I serve as chair of this committee. We'll start off by having members do self-introductions, starting with my far right.
Christy Armendariz from District 18 in Omaha and Bennington.
Myron Dorn, District 30.
Mike O'Donnell, LD5, South Omaha.
Tony Vargas, District 7, downtown and South Omaha.
Lauren Lippincott, District 34.
Steve Erdman, District 47.
Assisting the committee is Tamara Hunt, our committee clerk. To my left is our fiscal analyst, Bill Biven.
Yes.
Our pages today are Malcolm from Omaha, a UNL student, and Kate from Kansas, a UNL student. At each entrance, you'll find a green testifier sheet. If you're planning on testifying today, please fill out a green testifier sheet and hand it to the committee clerk when you come up to testify. If you'll not be testifying but want to go on record as having a position on a bill being heard today, there are white sign-in sheets at each entrance where you may leave your name and other pertinent information. These sign-in sheets will become exhibits in the permanent record after today's hearing. To better facilitate today's proceeding, I ask that you abide by the following procedures. Please silence your cell phones. Move to the front chairs when you're ready to testify. The order of testimony for bills will be introducer, proponents, opponents, neutral, and closing. When we hear testimony regarding agencies, we will first hear from a representative of the agency. Then we will hear testimony from anyone who wishes to speak on the agency's budget request. When you come to testify, spell your first and last name for the record before you testify. Be concise. We request that you limit your testimony to 5 minutes or less. Written materials may be distributed to the committee members as exhibits only while testimony is being offered. Hand them to the page for distribution when you come up to testify. If you have written testimony but do not have 12 copies at this time, please raise your hand so that page can make copies for you. Now we will begin today's hearing with LB 610, Senator Lippincott. Welcome, Senator. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chairman Clements and fellow members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm Senator Lauren Lippincott. That's LOREN-LIPPINCOTT. And I represent District 34 in the Nebraska Legislature. I'm here to introduce LB 610 and a clarifying amendment AM 316. LB 610 is intended to enhance Nebraska's future workforce by increasing career and technical education funding for programs that are currently in place throughout the state. Workforce challenges are one of the top issues facing employers, and we must invest in our future workforce so our students have the tools to succeed at a young age and remain in Nebraska. Career and Technical Education, or CTE, is uniquely designed to reinforce academic preparation, develop workforce readiness, and provide technical and skill training through contextual instruction, work-based learning, and career and technical student organizations, otherwise CTSOs. Career and technical education students are 7% more likely to graduate on time, 10% more likely to enroll in post-secondary education within 2 years of graduating compared to non-CTE students, and are more likely to attain a post-secondary award within 5 years of their expected graduation date. Each year, Nebraska receives approximately $8 million in federal Perkins funding for CTE that is distributed to school districts based on a population formula. While every other state, the other 49 states, contribute to additional funding to CTE programs, Nebraska is missing out on a golden opportunity to give our students hands-on experiences. There's two parts to LB 610. The first section appropriates $10,232,000 to the Department of Education to program 158 for the purpose of funding career and technical education programs in secondary and post-secondary schools. And approximately $8 million will be distributed matching the federal Perkins formula, while an additional $2,232,000 will ensure that each school district in the state receives a minimum of $15,000 for CTE programs. This formula does not interfere with TIOSA or any other tax proposal by the governor, so it's a great way for rural school districts to receive increased funding. However, in full disclosure, if the legislature were to decrease CTE funding in the future, then the federal funding would be decreased by the same percentage. The second portion of this bill is separate from the Perkins formula funding, but it also invests in our talent pipeline. Section 2 appropriates $400,000 to the Department of Education to be evenly distributed between the Career Technical Student Organizations, CTSOs. The 7 Nebraska CTSOs are Future Farmers of America, one that's popular with Senator Erdman, where I understand that he was given an honorary degree from Nebraska Farm Bureau organization. Also, the Health Occupation Students of America, HOSA, that's healthcare. Educators Rising Education, Future Business Leaders of America, FBLA, it's business. Distributed Education Clubs of America, DECA, marketing. Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America, FCCLA, Family and Consumer Sciences, and Skills USA, regarding trade, technical, and skilled service occupations, including health occupations. Career technical student organizations are an extension of classroom instruction, applying classroom learning to real-world experiences. CTSOs are connected to middle school, high school, and post-secondary instructional programs are integral to the classroom. Over 20,000 Nebraska students are a member of a CTSO, and they rely solely on student activity fees, volunteers, and sponsors for support. The $400,000 in CTSO funding in LB 610 would be used by Nebraska students to offset travel to conferences and competitive events, student registration fees, and scholarship purchase equipment, and increased membership, among other things. There are several other testifiers here today to answer technical questions about Program 158 and career and technical education, and also the Career Technical Student Organizations funding and the opportunities where LB 610 can help. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Senator Lippincott. We will now invite proponents for LB 610. Good afternoon.
Hi.
Ready? Go ahead, yes.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. John Cerny, Joncerny, Superintendent at Bancroft-Rosalie Community Schools and President of the Association for Career and Technical Education of Nebraska, or ACTEN. ACTEN is an organization for professionals in career technical education with 375 members across Nebraska, so teachers and college professors associated with CTE. I appear before the committee in support of LB 610. Yesterday, you had the opportunity to hear from some CTE students. I'm fortunate to work with young people like these every day. And that is who I'm really here to advocate for. CTE programs play a critical role in preparing our students for success in the 21st century workforce. By providing hands-on, real-world experiences, CTE programs help students build the skills and knowledge they need to succeed in their chosen careers. Last year, 80% of Nebraska students in grades 7 through 12 participated in CTE, and over 19,500 Nebraska students gained leadership skills with involvement in CTE student organizations. The Nebraska Department of Education has researched how CTE concentrators compare to non-CTE concentrators. Concentrators are high school students who have completed a 3-course pathway in one career program. For example, a health science completer might have taken an intro to health science class, a medical terminology class, and then a capstone certified nurse assistant certification course. The research found that CTE concentrators are more likely to graduate, more likely to enroll in post-secondary education, and more likely to earn a post-secondary degree or certificate. And families with CTE students reported greater satisfaction with the quality of education and the opportunities for their students than their counterparts. Nebraska CTE programs are proven to be successful, yet only 30% of Nebraska high school students are CTE concentrators. Right now, Nebraska is the only state that doesn't provide state funding towards these programs. Some schools could start new programs, like others could implement work-based learning, and others would invest in tools and equipment to better their programs. Nebraska high schools who receive Perkins funds are required to develop action plans that identify for opportunities for growth and improvement in their CTE programs. They review local data on local workforce alignment, their own CTE programs and staff, student performance data, and work-based learning. The Perkins funds my school district receives is inadequate to fully implement our plan. LB 610 is a great opportunity to invest in what works and grow CTE programs in our state so that we can provide students with the skills and knowledge they need to succeed in today's rapidly changing job market. I want to thank you for your continued support of career technical education programs in Nebraska.
Other questions? Senator Vargas?
Yes.
Thank you for being here. You mentioned that 30% of students are in CTE concentration. Can you speak to some of the barriers? What does it take to then be CTE concentrated? Is it simply just the availability of that programming or coursework within a school district, or are there other barriers that we're seeing within schools?
Well, let's look at the health science, okay? The 3-course sequence that I described, there are 244 public high schools, or excuse me, school districts in Nebraska. There are 42 school districts that offer a health science program, 42 out of 244. If you will look at the number of student participation in health science, it's 5,517 students. Whereas if you look at business administration, which most school districts offer, 21,607 students in that. So in health science, there is definitely a lack of programming across the state. And why is that? I would suggest that many schools are still in the traditional career technical education programs that a lot of us had. You had SHOP and you had home ec and those sorts of things. That's not CTE anymore. And I think we need to shift our mindset from CTE being just for certain kids to CTE being for all kids. All kids. CTE will address the kids who are going to be CNAs. It will address the kids who are going to be doctors, occupational therapists, physical therapists. So all kids need to be involved in CTE.
And then just follow up. You mentioned that schools are you said schools are creating action plans for CTE programming. Is that a requirement?
Federal, yes,
It's a
federal Perkins
requirement?
requirement.
Federal Perkins requirement. So for all schools or just ones that, or specific schools?
If you accept Perkins funds, if you want Perkins funding, you have to have a action plan.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Senator Dorn?
Thank you, Senator Clements, and thank you for being here. A follow-up on that question about how many accept Perkins funds. What percent?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. I would hope that someone following me will have that answer.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry.
Oh, no.
Other questions? Senator Erdman?
Thank you, Senator Clements. Thanks for coming. So I was reading the fiscal note, and it says each district shall receive at least 15,000. Are you talking about only those districts that have CTE? Are you talking every district?
Well, all public schools, 100% of Nebraska public schools have at least one CTE program.
Okay, so you said there's 244 school districts. At 15,000, that's 3.66 million. Where's the rest of the money? Or there's some districts get more than 15,000.
There will be some districts that get, it is minimum 15,000. I believe that this bill will match whatever this Perkins is providing to those school districts. And I don't know exactly. I know that Omaha gets about 850,000 in Perkins funds. I would assume that they would get an equal share of LB 610, but
So
don't quote me on that.
Okay.
I'm just assuming.
will some of this money go to the community colleges? Because they sent a request to Metropolitan Community College, and they're going to get, according to his estimate, 4.1 million.
Yes,
So this doesn't all go just to high schools
correct.
or public schools. Okay. The fiscal note also says of the amount that 306,960 may be used for administration each year, but no amount shall be used for salaries of state employees. So explain what administration is if it's not employee salary.
That's a good question. I'm not sure I have a good answer for that. I understand that the money is going to be appropriated through Department of Education, and so I would defer to them to be able to answer about how the administration.
It's kind of peculiar. It can be for administration of the program, but it can't be used for salaries. How else would you administer a program?
My guess is that it would be for administrative activities of some sort, maybe professional development, those sorts of things.
There's got to be some human involvement there to do that. It just didn't make sense. Thank you.
All right.
I had one question.
Yes, sir.
And Senator Lippincott may need to follow up with this later. I thought he said if we implement this, then the state reduces its funding, that the federal Perkins amount would reduce. Was that what he said? So
Right.
If we go with 8 million and Fed's 8 million, then we switch to 4 million, then the Fed switched to 4 million.
Right. The federal government has this idea that federal funds should supplement, not supplant state funding. So if you're going to reduce your share, they're going to reduce their share.
So if we fund this at 4 million, then the federal will only be at 4 million. Is that it?
If you commit to that, the dollar figure of 10 million and you decide to go down, yes, you would be at risk of losing some federal Perkins funds.
That sounds, yeah, 50-50 match or no matter where. That might be a reason why the state hasn't contributed in the past.
It's possible.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Certainly.
Additional proponents for LB 610.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Senators. My name is Kirk Penner, Kirkpenner. I am the District 5 State Board of Education representative. I need to make it clear that I am not speaking on behalf of the State Board of Education. Nebraska is suffering from two issues that LB 610 will resolve. One, businesses can't find workers, and two, young people are leaving our state in small communities. We are experiencing the out-migration of our most valuable asset, our children. LB 610 is a game changer. As the former president of the Aurora Development Corporation in charge of recruiting and expanding businesses to our community, we discussed 3 spokes needed for growth. First, we need the actual business. Second, the business needs employees to work in their business. And third, these employees need housing. Nebraska has offered many types of business development incentives in the past and established the rural workforce housing grants, which is great. But we are missing the third spoke, the employee. LB 610 addresses this spoke. We have a captive audience sitting in our local schools every day. Students are looking to see what the future holds for them once they graduate. These students are our next nurses, welders, machinists, and educators. These careers are all part of the career and technical pathway. Students need to be introduced to these opportunities in middle and high school to help them understand that these trades are in high demand. At my company, Penner Manufacturing, my business would suffer if my welder or machinist left because you just can't find welders and machinists. I own part of a nursing home. We can't find nurses and certified nursing assistants. We have far too many students heading to the university or state college system that quite frankly should be gaining their certificate in high school and attending community college. Many times these students don't know these types of careers exist and that they would be employed earlier in life and leave school with little, if any, debt. In addition to the financial savings to the student, CTE students most likely will attend a regional community college, staying closer to home for their education and for their future employment. LB 610 will help reduce the out-migration of our children. As you know, the vast majority of schools in Nebraska receive no state equalization aid. We are funding workforce development on the backs of farmers and homeowners who are already overtaxed. Career and technical education is workforce development, and workforce development funding should come from the state. LB 610 addresses the employee issue in Nebraska and can have immediate impact. We don't have to wait years down the road to see the results. LB 610 introduces our young people to the jobs of the future while keeping them in Nebraska to help the state grow. I ask for your support of LB 610. Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none.
Thank you, Senator.
For your testimony. Next proponent. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is David Slattery, D-A-V-I-D S-L-A-T-T-E-R-Y, and I'm the Senior Director of Advocacy for the Nebraska Hospital Association. I also serve on the board of the Nebraska chapter of HOSA, the Career and Technical Student Organization, that is for high school students interested in healthcare occupations. In addition to the Hospital Association, I'm also representing the Nebraska Medical Association and the Nebraska Rural Health Association. Throughout Nebraska, hospitals and other health care providers are experiencing workforce shortages. These shortages cause considerable strain on the healthcare system, especially since an aging population is expected to need more healthcare services in the immediate future, and many of today's healthcare professionals are nearing retirement age. The success of the healthcare system is dependent on the availability of properly educated and trained professionals. Hospitals throughout the state are in dire need of every healthcare profession you can think of. The cost of workforce is the greatest financial impact on hospital budgets, and labor budgets are up 36% since 2020. The NHA has been working with several organizations on ways to encourage junior high and high school students to become more interested and involved in health sciences and medical professions. Additional funding for CTE programs will allow our future workforce to sharpen their skills with modern equipment found in emergency rooms and surgical centers, or begin new health science programs in their schools. More CTE funding can help students work in healthcare settings at an earlier age and place them in hospitals and healthcare settings more quickly. Additionally, the problem remains that CTSOs like HOSA are severely underfunded, understaffed, and need exposure. CTSOs need assistance from our leaders willing to invest in their careers and technical education opportunities. LB 610 will have a huge impact on future healthcare workforce, and we ask the committee to advance the bill. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions. And if I may address some of the previous questions as well with the fiscal note, if that's all right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so the amendment should address the problem. So you did the math. There's 244 districts, and I think with the minimum threshold of each district receiving 15,000, so that would only apply to about 214 or so districts. Because Omaha, Lincoln, they make more than $15,000. There's about 214 districts in the state that they don't get $15,000 currently in the state. So that's where with the amendment, so that should be about the $2.232 million. That's kind of that 214 districts for at $15,000 should be around $2.32 million. I'm not a math guy.
Okay, well, I just divided 2232 by 15,000. I got 139 and a half.
I'm sorry, that was my understanding. We have some other people that might be able to address it, but the idea, and that's where the formula, it's just my understanding that some schools make over $15,000, so they wouldn't be part of that minimum threshold of the $15,000. So they would be excluded from that total amount. So the amount would be 2.3 million.
Any other
questions? Sir, I'm sorry. Also, so it's my understanding too. So if the future legislature were to discontinue any kind of funding for the CTE programs, that they would have the opportunity to a voucher or a waiver with the federal government. Let's say Nebraska's economy goes south and we have to cut funding from the CTE programs. They would be able to apply for a federal voucher for maybe a year or two to maintain that funding. But if they were to discontinue funding for a longer term than what we're providing, the $8 million that we're asking for as that federal match, then let's say it's 20%, then the state would go down to 20%, or the federal match would go down 20% in the future as well.
All
so
right.
The incentive is to continue to do CTE funding.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Yes, thank you.
Next proponent. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator Clements and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Jack Moles. That's JACKMOLES. I'm the Executive Director of the Nebraska Rural Community Schools Association. And today I'm also speaking on behalf of the Nebraska Council of School Administrators, schools taking action for Nebraska's children's education, and for the Greater Nebraska Schools Association. And I'd like to voice our support for LB 610. We thank Senator Lippincott for considering the needs of Nebraska students by providing more funding for CTE programs. School districts that receive more than 15,000 in Perkins grants or Perkins funds can operate on their own. These funds are used to accentuate their CTE programs. Some of those districts do choose to enter into ESU-based consortiums. Funds from LB 610 would assist those districts in growing their programs. School districts that receive less than $15,000 in Perkins grant funds are required to consort with other smaller districts. Most often, these consortiums are formed through the Educational Service Unit. Together, the schools and the consortium decide what to do with their combined funds. In many of the ESUs, there are only a few schools that receive enough Perkins funds to operate on their own. The ESU consortiums have used their funds basically in a few ways, including purchase of CTE equipment, professional development, and purchase services. When the consortium chooses to purchase a piece of equipment, that equipment is then shared between the schools throughout the year. For example, one ESU consortium purchased a plasma cutter. A participating school might have that piece of equipment for only about a month during the school year. Perkins funds are welcomed by schools, but smaller schools do not have as much latitude in their use. LB 610 would provide all schools, but specifically smaller schools, with more latitude in how these funds are used. Districts could still decide to collaborate or consort, but they could also decide to work on their own. As more attention is being placed on workforce development and CTE, schools are looking at how to expand their programs. The governor's made it known that he supports more efforts in relation to careers education. LB 610 would certainly play into his plans. We also support that thought, encourage you to move 610 forward.
Other questions? So you're saying that there's more latitude when you use state money than when you use federal money?
Yes.
That's a real theme we've been seeing with several things that we've been asked to fund along with federal. And so that makes sense. Any other questions? Saying none, thank you for your testimony. Next proponent. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair Clements and the members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Justin Fenning, and I'm spelling JUSTINPFENNING. And I'm co-owner of Dramco Tool Company in Grand Island, Nebraska. Dramco manufactures molds for automotive and aerospace, metal stamping dies for ag and heavy equipment, custom machines to automate assembly lines, and we fabricate sheet metal components for a wide variety of manufacturers. We've been in business since 1978 and currently employ 60 people. I'm here today to speak on behalf of LB 610, both on behalf of my business and on behalf of the Nebraska Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I've also been asked to sign in and testify on behalf of the Lincoln Chamber of Commerce, the Omaha Chamber of Commerce, and the Nebraska Economic Developers Association. Dramco has been a longtime supporter of career and technical education courses at Grand Island Public Schools. We participate on the advisory board for the manufacturing pathway and also participate in the apprentice program. From its inception, Career Pathways has utilized the Perkins grants to purchase capital-intensive equipment needed to train students on industry-specific equipment. This allows the students the opportunity not only to learn about the career in the classroom, but get the hands-on training and experience to prepare them for employment after graduation or continuing education towards an associate's degree. The impact of these CTE programs in high school and post-secondary institutions have had a positive effect on Dramco's growth. We've had 10 high school students work at Dramco part-time in the apprentice program, with 6 of those students continuing on to post-secondary training and returning to Dramco as full-time employees. Currently, over 75% of our employees have graduated from post-secondary CTE programs. This pipeline of employees has allowed Dramco to grow and meet our customers' needs. The demand for employees in manufacturing is stronger than ever. These jobs offer excellent starting wages with benefits like health insurance and 401k plans. They also offer nearly unlimited advancement opportunities. The advancement of LB 610 will expand the ability for CTE programs to give training and education based on industry-specific equipment, growing the skilled workforce in Nebraska. On behalf of my business and the organizations I'm here representing, I respectfully urge this committee to advance LB 610. Thank you, Senator Lippincott, for introducing this legislation, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have that I can't answer.
Senator,
thank you, Senator Clements. Thank you, Mr. Fenning. How many employees do you have?
60. Just I think we hired 2 people yesterday, so maybe 62 now.
62 full-time?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
other questions, Senator Dorn?
Thank you, Senator Clements. Thank you for being here. Do you happen to know how much Perkins funds Grand Island Public School gets right now?
I don't know the answer to that question. No,
Thank you.
Sorry.
And I had one question. The workers you get, have they been through the Skills USA program? Is that the program that turns out?
Yeah, machinists? Grand Island Public Schools has a career pathway program that has a manufacturing component to it. And so a lot of our employees that we've hired over the last 5 years or so have been through that manufacturing pathway. And a large majority of those students participate in Skills USA.
Very good. Seeing no more questions, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next proponent. Welcome.
Thank you. Members of the Appropriations Committee, thank you for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Brad Wilkins. That's BradWilkins. I am a school board member from Ainsworth Community Schools, and I also serve as past president of the Nebraska Association of School Boards. I'm here today in support of LB 610, which appropriates money to career and technical education and CTE organizations. I offer full transparency here today when I tell you that I'm a huge proponent of CTE and CTE organizations. The last large capital investment made by our district was an addition of industrial technology and agricultural education space. After engaging business and industry leaders and other stakeholders, our board made the decision to invest nearly $3 million to replace and expand learning space from the 1930s. Memorabilia from the old ag room only highlighted how much our industry has changed from the Model A John Deere to the new self-driving models of today. We took a page from the FFA Creed and determined that if we truly believed in the promise of better days through better ways, then we needed a 21st century training ground. Today, each of our junior and senior high school students are exposed to industrial technology, consumer science, agricultural education, and the corresponding CTE organizations. I support investment in all CTE organizations, whether it be FCCLA, FBLA, Skills USA, or FFA, because they provide leadership and skills development. Although I can only speak to my involvement in FFA, I am certain that there would be similar stories across all CTE organizations. One powerful conversation that demonstrated the impact of FFA leadership development was the discussion that I and my fellow School Board Association officers had about our leadership growth. Although we represented Ainsworth, Nebraska City, and Lincoln Boards of Education, we each traced our early development to involvement with our local FFA chapters. I'm sure that the same could be said of many members of this body as well. I confidently say that career and technical education and involvement in associated leadership organizations have had a profound impact on me and my family. My experiences led me to own a grain and feed business that employs 8 people in Nebraska and South Dakota. 3 of my 4 children have had the opportunity to gain leadership experience as state FFA officers. The oldest is back in Nebraska and works in ag sales for Bayer. The other 2 are students here at UNL in engineering and ag education and leadership. My point is that LB 610 is not about spending. It's about investing. Any good investor expects return on their investment. Today, I can confidently say that CTE and CTE organizations have a proven record of sound returns and a bright future for the same. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Are any of your businesses contributing to the CTA program at the school?
Yes, as a matter of fact, our school has a cooperative education experience, and we currently have 2 students that come for about 2.5 hours every day that are getting training and are learning our industry.
And that building that you built for $3 million, was that done with a vote of the people?
It actually was done through special building fund, but we did involve our stakeholders. And I feel like we have a great deal of community support. Our stakeholders recognize the importance of training and growing our own. You know, in a community like Ainsworth, it's hard to attract people to move in. So if we're going to grow our community, we have to make something that'll attract our students.
All right, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next proponent. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Clements and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Jonathan Schulte, spelled JONATHANSCHULTE, and I'm here to testify in support of LB 610. With an ever-aging skilled trade workforce, Nebraska needs to urgently invest in CTE programs to ensure not only sustained economic growth, but growth that thrives. We cannot afford to be the only state in the country that does not provide support to CTE education. LB 610 is correct in stating an emergency exists. Currently, I'm employed by Nebraska Public Power District as a member of their energy education team. I came on board with the district around June 1st, but previous to that, my wife and I owned and operated our own dental clinic in rural outstate Nebraska in Atkinson. I know firsthand from the needs of trying to recruit skilled labor to be in the medical field. We often struggle to find registered dental hygienists, dental assistants. So if we are trying to make the case that we as Nebraskans need to invest in CTE, because otherwise we're not going to be able to sustain the growth that we need. We talk about growing GDP, but in order to do that, large manufacturers are also switching over to robotics because we can't find the technicians that we need. Through my job, I work with STEM education and awareness around the state, providing resources, events, and opportunities to schools within our wholesale and retail operating footprint. Keep in mind, I want to stress I am here on my own volition. I am not representing NPPD. I am just saying what I do for a living now. As a licensed journeyman electrician in the state of Nebraska, I've been in the trenches. I've been with the people that these programs are going to support. The outfit that I was employed in Atkinson, Nebraska, we did HVAC, we did plumbing, and we did electrical. It made it easy because it was a one-stop shop. But I can tell you it is hard to find and retain those skilled laborers to stay in those businesses. Like a lot of trades, the benefit of a trade job is there's a progression. You start as an apprentice, you gain the experience, you gain the knowledge, and a lot of them, it's self-perpetuating. You're going to find a lot of third, fourth generation electricians, plumbers, contractors. I decided when my wife and I broke ground on our dental clinic, which we built by ourselves, we decided that at the time I worked hand in hand with the plumbers and the electricians on the job site. I found as an old farm kid, I enjoyed the physicality of the labor, and I slept really good at night. I decided to go back to Northeast Community College, and I enrolled in their electrical construction and control program. I know that I have reaped the benefits of a community college education through Northeast. I've enjoyed the benefits and the relationships that I formed while I was a student at college. 88% of students who complete programs at our community colleges stay in the state. Job satisfaction remains remarkably high at 83% of tradespeople, either somewhat or extremely satisfied in their choice of work. So how do we address this current emergency that is looming before us? LB 610 is our life preserver that we need. We need industrial tech classes. We need robotics classes. We need Skills USA, and we need all of the CTE programs funded at the middle and high school levels. We need to fund this education earlier than later in the high schools. We need to inspire these young men and women that when I was going for my degree for computer information systems, it was pre-Y2K and programming was a thing to go into. Programming is still the thing that we need to start incorporating back into some of these programs. But it all starts by increasing the students' awareness and exposures to the opportunities and benefits the skilled trades have to offer. I recognize the multiple priorities coming to the Appropriations Committee this session, and I ask for your careful consideration of this request to support our industries with skilled and trained workforce. In closing, I'd like to thank Senator Lippincott for introducing this bill. This concludes my testimony. I'd be more than happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next proponent, please. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Jason Thompson, JASON THOMSEN. I'm the curriculum specialist, CTE curriculum specialist for Lincoln Public Schools. I'm here today to speak as a proponent of LB 610. This is an incredibly important bill because we have seen great benefits to our students and local businesses and industries as a result of our career education. LPS provides many career preparation opportunities in our middle and high schools. All students take career education courses in middle school, and students must meet a career education credit requirement in order to graduate high school. Many students take a three-course cluster of courses within our school to reach post-secondary career experiences while still in high school. In addition, LPS, like most other districts, offer programs in direct partnerships with local businesses and industry. LPS also offers the Career Academy, which is a partnership between LPS and Southeast Community College that provides 16 different college-level career education programs for high school students designed in partnership with local industry. Our students attend similar advanced career programs at our high schools, including partnerships with UNL's Agricultural Sciences and Business, Bryan College of Health Sciences, and Duncan Aviation. All of these programs are put in place to provide students the opportunity to learn the skills necessary to follow their dreams into the career of their choice in their local community and beyond. That career may require advanced training after high school, after obtaining an associate's degree, a bachelor's degree, or an advanced degree, but it begins in high school. Even with all of these efforts, we still have a gap from where our students are to where they want to be, which is an engaged in a meaningful career as productive citizens of their community and state. LB 610 provides the additional funding that will help fill the gaps in our existing program that cannot be covered by Perkins funding. These gaps are expensive for the local school district to fill, yet essential for an effective partnership between our school career education and community workforce development. Let me share a couple of examples of areas where additional funding could dramatically increase the career work that students could experience and make schools better post-secondary workforce partners. We can use Perkins to purchase pieces of equipment like 3D printers, heat presses, industry printers, ovens, stoves, etc. However, we can't use Perkins to purchase the expensive consumables that we need to utilize that equipment, such as filament necessary for the 3D printers so students can design and print their work, food items that are utilized in culinary classes so students can learn their culinary skills, raw materials such as lumber, sheet metal, and pipe for skilled and technical science classes, and bulk thread and fabric for our clothing, textiles, and design courses. The cost of consumables can limit the number of touches students get with the equipment and limit the number of courses that we can offer. This funding makes it possible for schools to become better partners with our local businesses and industry, help students realize their career goals, and build a stronger community. Finally, many students in LPS participate in CTOs such as FBLA, DECA, HOSA, Skills USA, FFA, Educators Rising, and FCCLA. Currently, there are heavy restrictions on use of Perkins funds for CTSOs. So the funds to facilitate these programs come from our instructional budget, which limits our programming, or it comes from families. Additional funding removes the burden of the instructional budget and removes the financial barriers that limit access to programs for some families. For these reasons, we support LB 610, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Senator Dorn.
Thank you, Senator Clements. Thank you for being here. I believe I heard you right. You said you have certain hours, some hours that are required for graduation of these CTE hours.
Correct. Essentially, we have 20 hours that's shared with arts. So every kid does have to take at least one CTE course, or if they only take one art class, they would have to take 3 CTE courses.
CTE course. Is that a Lincoln Public Schools, or is that or do you know, are there statewide guidelines?
That is an LPS graduation requirement.
Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
All right, thank you.
Next proponent.
Hello, good
Welcome.
afternoon. My name is Olivia Olson, ALIVIAOLSON, and I'm the State Vice President of Nebraska FCCLA, which stands for the Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America. We're a career and technical student organization centered around family and consumer sciences. FCCLA is an incredibly important part of my life, and I can say with confidence that it's the reason I am able to speak to you all here today. I've learned advocacy, teamwork, time management, and so many more important skills for my future. I would love to share more about my experience in FCCLA if you have any questions, but just as I am a state officer, I am also a student. You're likely going to hear a lot of numerical statistics, as you already have today, about the importance of CTE to students in the future workforce of our state. But what I think is equally important is to hear the personal experiences of students who are currently benefiting from quality CTE. As a senior at Kearney High School, I'm one of the few students here in Nebraska who can say that CTE has been deeply integrated into my high school curriculum. Our school is architecturally designed with CTE in mind, so we have specified areas of the building that relate to classes of each career clusters. It's through Kearney High's unique resources and unique funding that I have found my passion for engineering. It's through our health science classes that I've realized I do not want to be a doctor. The experiences I've had in my career focused classes have taught me skills that I could not have learned in my math classes or other core classes. I've been forced to get outside my comfort zone, speak to people, speak to adults like you guys, advocate for myself and my community, work with people who are different from me, and so much more. These classes are the reason I'm prepared to face life after high school, but the vast majority of students in this state cannot say the same. This law would give students across the entire state to have the opportunities that I've had all along, to explore their interests, work with people, and gain applicable career skills. As one of the 8 members of my officer team, I'm the only one who has engineering classes offered at my high school. I'm the only one who is offered field experience in my health science classes. I'm the only one who has access to every single CTSO that the state offers. This disparity is not only negatively impacting current students, but it creates an unnecessary disparity between us when we leave high school. I'm better prepared to face life after high school than my peers simply because my community has more resources and funding than specifically rural communities. This bill is so much more than money. It's about supporting students, all students from all communities. With that, I would like to thank you all for your time and consideration, and I'd love to answer any questions you may have.
Other questions from the committee? Did you say Kearney High School?
Kearney High School, yep.
All right. Well, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Additional proponents? Welcome.
Hello, good afternoon, Chairman Clements and members of the Appropriations Committee. I know you've had a lot of testifiers. I will keep this brief. My name is Jalen Carpenter, JALENECARPENTER. I'm President and CEO of Nebraska Healthcare Association. And on behalf of our 418 nonprofit proprietary nursing facility and assisted living communities, I'm here to testify in support of LB 610. I want to thank Senator Lippincott for bringing this important legislation. Support for workforce education and development is critical to addressing the staffing challenges experienced by all Nebraska industries. However, this is an acute and critical issue for nursing homes and assisted living facilities. We are an industry that is down 11.7% of its pre-pandemic workforce, and this crisis has contributed to closures and restricted access to long-term care in all parts of our state. Increased funding to support competitive wages and rising costs remain a priority for our facilities. However, we are also looking towards the future, and we need to find a sustainable workforce, and that's why we believe in this legislation. As a solution-based association, NHTA asks for your vote in support of LB 610 to continue to support students seeking career opportunities in Nebraska, hopefully those in long-term care. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Additional proponents? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Katie Graham, KatieGraham, and I have the great privilege of serving as the Administrator and State Director for Career and Technical Education at the Nebraska Department of Education. Thank you, Chairman Clements and members of the Appropriations Committee, for this opportunity to discuss how CTE programs are key to Nebraska's economic vitality. We appreciate Senator Lippincott and partners across the state who worked in the development of LB 610. I'm here today to answer any questions. I've heard a couple that I think I could help with that you might have related to Perkins or career and technical education.
Any other questions? Senator Dorn?
Thank you, Senator Clements. Thank you for being here. And I don't know if you're the right one to ask or not. Some of the original or the earlier fiscal notes said that this request in funding then would be split up between what I call the Department of Education and also secondary schools. Do you know if that's still the case with it or not? Or?
Happy to answer that. It's a great question. So currently the Perkins funding that we receive from the U.S. Department of Education is split between secondary and post-secondary education at a 60-40 split. So 60% of the funds flow to the districts that choose to participate. I heard that was a question. There are only 7 districts in the state currently that do not accept the Perkins funds. So the majority of districts do. The idea behind this bill was to match what's happening federally. So that's where we started. And that was where the $8 million came from. And then once we gave everybody the double, essentially, we realized that when you double $890, you still can't do a whole lot. And that's where I think the threshold for the minimum came in. So we doubled everybody's, and then anyone who didn't meet at least that 15,000, that's where the extra 2 million comes in. That's what bumped all of those districts. So they would get the double, still didn't hit 15. And so that's what it would take to get all of those districts. It was 213 that would need that bump up to the 15,000.
Back to my other original question though, then is part of this bill, and maybe we'll ask Senator Lippincott, is part of this bill still going to be for post-secondary education, or is it all going just to the schools?
So it would mirror what we're doing with the federal dollars. So 60% would flow to the secondaries. It would, and 40% to the great community colleges.
Senator Vargas.
Thank you very much. So one of the questions I had was, and I didn't ask this question, but I've been thinking about this, is we often have really good programs that maybe we don't fund with general funds, or we fund with something else, or we get some federal funds. And I don't always know what role the department is playing, Department of Economic Development or Department of Natural Resources. So are you operating more as a pass-through organization, what sometimes happens, where the money is going to you and then it's getting distributed through this formula to the districts? Are you playing an administrative role in certifying some of these CTE programs that currently exist? Is there reporting requirements to you? Is there anything on efficacy to demonstrate that it's working? And want to see if you could speak to that.
I'd be happy to. Those are also very great questions. So the department's role, there's many roles. I would say primarily, as you mentioned, as the recipient of the federal funds, our State Board of Education is the recipient. We do play a very large pass-through role. 85% of the Perkins funds flow directly through to the school districts and the community colleges. We also have staff that serve as content specialists in each of the different areas to help teachers and provide professional development. We also help and work with those other agencies. You mentioned the Department of Labor, as well as a lot of business and industry, to develop those sequence of courses. In some states, they require, or not require, I suppose it's the only option for school districts to have to do all of that legwork, to try to talk to business and say, what are those skills and knowledge that students need? We do a lot of that at our level, and then have those made available to school districts. So there's a lot of working with business and industry. With Perkins, there's also a lot of accountability indicator requirements. So we are held to certain standards in a lot of areas. So graduation rate being one, CTE student performance on all of the different assessments in English, language arts, math, and in science. We also are held accountable to the number of students who are participating in work-based learning opportunities and that are participating in programs that are not traditional for their gender.
And as a follow-up, that if you can provide this with us, since you mentioned that you are tracking CTE performance, I'm assuming that's on some of our state standardized assessments. or is there some other type of assessment?
So for Perkins, we mirror our ESSA plan, which is the Elementary and Secondary Education Act. So whatever assessments are used for that, Perkins then uses the same assessments, but we have to report just on how our CTE students are doing in those areas as well.
That would be helpful, just to be able to corroborate that putting money towards something like this is also not only better encouraging the numbers that we have within the ESSA plan for the CTE students, that we're going to get a bigger return on investment, which is what I assume. I support CTE programs, and I'm very supportive of this idea. But it would be great to get some of that data if you could share it with us.
Would be happy to. You'll notice once we give it to you, often CTE students outperform their peers who are not, as a lot of times the CTE classes are where they can apply a lot of the knowledge, and it brings that contextual nature to a lot of the learning. Thank you. We can get that for you.
Thank you.
Other questions? One person said that 80% of grades 7 through 12 students are in CET programs. That's statewide.
So that would be each year, about 80% of students annually take at least one CTE course. And that is statewide.
And the Perkins funds sounds like they're used for equipment, but not supplies. Is that what you're finding?
That is true. So supplies, the consumables that were mentioned, Perkins funds would not be allowable for those purposes. Aside from equipment, which is the bulk of the use, of industry grade equipment is very expensive. A lot goes into professional development for teachers, upskilling for teachers where they might be in a very skilled trade area or any of the areas, and things are advancing so quickly, they can use those funds for additional training for educators so they can then go back to the classroom and teach the students.
That's the federal funds can be used for that. Or then the state funds are available for unrestricted.
That's a great question. I'm not sure I have the full answer for that specific question, but we would hope that they would support not only the areas that Perkins funds can be used for, but those areas that have been mentioned where Perkins funds aren't available. And most of those restrictions come from just a lack of funding. So directing them to where we think they would have the most value.
And then the all or nothing deal where the state doesn't fund 8 million, then that means the federal doesn't fund that much either. Is that right?
So there is in Perkins legislation a maintenance of effort requirement where they take any state funds that are earmarked specifically for career and technical education and create this baseline of fiscal effort for the state. And so if the state were to make any sort of financial investment and that were to be reduced, when they made the recalculation for the state's maintenance of effort, they would proportionately reduce the Perkins funding as well. So as mentioned before, as an incentive to sustain funding.
All right, thank you. Other questions? Senator Gilbert?
Just for clarification, then are you saying that this maintenance that's established because they're looking at monies that are being spent and saying, well, we can count this and count this as a minimum maintenance, so we're going to give you this much credit? Is that what you're saying?
I believe so. We get, for rounding purposes, $8 million in the federal funds. And currently the only state funds that are used is the required match of our administrative funds. So our whole maintenance of effort for the state is just those administrative funds. If 610 were to pass, and we'll round and say $10 million, they would calculate a new maintenance of effort baseline for us. That would now be the funds appropriated from 610 plus that administrative match. And then every year thereafter, they would look. And if any of the state funding were to be reduced without a waiver or anything else that was mentioned, the federal funds, they said they will reduce at the same rate that the state funds were reduced.
Senator Vargas?
Sorry, this is clarifying for that. So will we get, we say this passes, and let's say it's $10 million. Will we get additional federal funds as part of this sort of like new commitment from the feds?
That would be incredible, but I do not believe so.
Okay.
I think that is.
I put that out there
propose.
in case they're listening. So then afterwards, So we got 10 million, the existing 8 million is still
That's
still
correct.
there. But if we ever decreased it, they'll just start taking away their federal money.
So yes, there is a process if the state's revenue were to decline or there was a pandemic, for instance, we would be able to apply for a waiver, but the expectation would be after the period of the waiver, the state would then increase back to the original funding.
Senator Dover?
And I apologize, this has already been answered, but so what is the net if this would be funded? What is the net funding that we would receive from the federal government?
So they use their own formula for every state, similarly to how we do the distribution formula in the state. So we're currently at about $7.9 million. I did just see that in the president's budget, there was an increase for the basic grant, which is what they call the funds to the states, by $45 million. But last time we saw an increase because it's done by population, Nebraska didn't see a very big bump. In my 8 years that I've been here, we've only increased about $1 million. We're about 6.8, now we're about 5.8, now about 6.8.
So if we fully funded this legislation, then my question is, what would happen to the funds we're currently receiving from the federal government?
Those would remain and continue to be distributed to schools.
I thought you said it would be reduced.
It would only be reduced if, for instance, if this were passed this year and then 2 years from now, we say no more with 610, it's not in our Banyan budget. That's when they would come and say, you reduced by 100%, your federal grant is now going to also be reduced by 100%. It would be reduced by the same rate.
So are you saying once you go up, you can't come down?
Your federal grant would be impacted at the same proportion.
All right, thank you.
Once you go up, questions? Start coming down.
Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you all so much.
Are there other proponents? There are chairs in front. If there's anyone else wanting to testify, move to the front, please. Welcome.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Clements, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Ben Welsh, BenWelsch. As an educator and currently a teaching and learning fellow, I'm here today to speak in support of LB 610 on behalf of the Nebraska State Education Association. As written, the NSEA supports LB 610 in appropriating money to the State Department of Education to fund career and technical education programs and career and education student organizations. With the current economic climate and shortage of teachers, especially in career and technical education in Nebraska, now is the time to focus on engaging students, schools, and teachers in career paths towards technical education. Whether it's giving students the opportunity to explore classes about CTE in middle and high school, or helping students complete their final coursework or apprenticeship before getting their associate's degree at a community college, LB 610 helps build that foundation for the future. Students need the resources and hands-on experience to see what having a career and technical training is all about. Students also need teachers to help them learn the trades and practice their skills to be ready to engage in their future career. If students don't get those experiences before entering college, they are at a disadvantage to their peers who have technical education embedded into their middle and high school coursework. All students in Nebraska should have access to high-quality instruction and hands-on experiences in the career and technical education fields. We believe LB 610 provides the financial resources to continue to establish more middle and high school programs across the state that can help students enter the college pathways of high skill, high wage, high demand careers that our Nebraska economy needs. Please advance LB 610 out of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you, and I'm willing to answer any questions that you have.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Additional proponents?
Members of the Appropriations Committee, my name is Stephen Johnston, STEPHENJOHNSTON. I've been a public school industrial tech teacher for the past 28 years, presently college skills and technical sciences. I'm here today to speak in support of LB 610. As I understand the bill, it will appropriate funding for each of the next 2 years to school districts for their career and technical education programs. I'm sure you're aware of what is referred to as a skills gap. The need for skilled technical employees has never been greater in Nebraska, and Nebraska is not alone given this situation. Governor Pillen has said that Nebraska needs to compete, and he is correct. Anything the state of Nebraska can do to promote skilled and technical employees is a positive. It's positive for the state of Nebraska, and it's positive for the state. In preparing for my testimony today, I looked up the graduation rates for Southeast Community College in Milford. In 2022, 87% of the graduates at Milford stayed in Nebraska, many of them here in Lancaster County. There have been headlines about the concern regarding a brain drain here in Nebraska. In other words, graduates leaving the state. The good news is that if you are a Nebraska Community College graduate, you typically stay in Nebraska after you graduate. Of course, not all stay, but many do. I often refer to this as economic development, and I know some people do not see it that way, and they do not refer to it that way, but in reality and in outcomes, it is economic development. Students who have graduated from two-year institutions with technical skills stay in the state. What better way to describe economic development and to build a skilled workforce in our state? Over the next 2 fiscal years, LB 610 would appropriate a minimum of $30,000 to each school district for their CTE programs. At first glance, this did not seem like much to me. However, it is not insignificant. In the big picture, this bill will have a greater effect in our smaller rural districts in Nebraska. The dollars will not be quote unquote spread out so much. I know that such funding is needed for our rural school districts. Larger school districts will need to spread out the funds, so to speak, to their numerous middle schools and high schools. Again, not insignificant, but just spread out more and less impactful than we'd like. Every teacher I know has what I call a wish list. If I could get this, my students will be able to do that. I wish I could have some money to update that. Or if I could get that, it would really help my students. We need to do what we can to help our Nebraska students learn about good paying technical careers. Not everybody is capable nor wants to go to college. That's why I'm here supporting LB 610. It will help the career and technical education programs and economic development here in Nebraska. Thank you.
Questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. I'm going to make an announcement about our schedule. This next proponent, so I'll make an announcement now. We're going to, we'll be going opponents next, if any, but next will be the Department of Education. Then LB 681 will be after that, followed by LB 48 and LB 319 at the request of the governor. When he says yes, I say yes. Are there other proponents for LB 610?
Darn, that'll roll again.
Seeing none, are there any opponents regarding LB 610?
I think there's a lot of people for this one.
Seeing none, anyone here in the neutral capacity? Seeing none, Senator Lippincott, you're welcome to close.
I think LB 610 has a lot of very good points on it. It's a win-win bill for kids that are in school. It's for our state and eventually for our taxpayers. So I would appreciate a vote for LB 610.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you, Senator Lippincott.
Thank you, sir.
And I believe we have position comments. On LB 610, we have 59 proponent comments for the record, no opponents, and 1 neutral. And now that will close the hearing for LB 610. And we will now switch to the agency hearing for the Department of Education.
that he's bringing his Rob's bill.
Where's the governor? Where's the governor on this bill?
He'll be in here pretty soon.
You can ask him.
Would that be appropriate? Would that be germane?
I wouldn't.
Right, Gary?
All right, this is Agency 13. We'll now open the hearing for Agency 13, Department of Education. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Senator Clements and members of the Education Committee. My name is Deb Frison. That's DEB-FRISON, and I'm the Deputy Commissioner of Education at the Nebraska Department of Education. Thank you for the opportunity to share a little more about the work of the NDE. In addition to my testimony, you'll hear from two members of my staff, Bryce Wilson, our Finance Officer, who can answer any detailed questions about our budget, and Dr. Shirley Vargas, the State's School Transformation Officer, who will share a little more about a critical budget ask. The mission of the Nebraska Department of Education is to lead and support the preparation of all Nebraskans for learning, earning, and living. As part of this mission, the NDE implements a wide variety of activities to improve the economic vitality of our state. We wanted to start by sharing a little more about the agency. The first handout we have for you is the Policymaker's Guide, which provides a high-level overview about education in our state. We offer this as a resource to you and your colleagues as we speak about our communities, schools, educators, and students and their needs. The second handout is more specific to the work of the agency. The NDE often gets inquiries about our staff, where they work, what they do, and how we're funded. Our 500 employees work in the following areas, tasked with executing the statutory responsibilities established by the legislature. About 235 members are employed in vocational rehabilitation. Nebraska VR helps people with disabilities prepare for, find, and keep jobs while helping businesses recruit, train, and retain employees with disabilities. Around another 70 of our staff are employed in disability determination services. The DDS determines whether Nebraskans are medically eligible to receive disability benefits under Social Security or supplemental security income. The remaining 200 employees work in the core education functions and agency functions like content specialists, assessment and accountability, special education support staff, data management, human resources, and technology services. The NDE is governed by the elected State Board of Education, which selects the Commissioner of Education, and we are currently in the midst of a commissioner search. As we turn to our budget priorities, we appreciate both Governor Pillen's preliminary budget and the recommended draft from the Appropriations Committee. A few key investments or highlights included: one, the necessary salary increases in line with the state's master contract. Like other state agencies, the NDE has seen above average turnover of our teammates. The 7% and 5% goes a long way to help us recognize the value of our staff, address inflationary pressures, and help us attract staff to continue towards our mission. Two, we are also thankful for the appropriation which was included in our deficit request dedicated to funding the agency's move and construction at our new office in East Lincoln. As you may recall, in January 2021, the Department of Administrative Services requested the NDE move its headquarters from the state office building to allow additional space for other state agencies. The NDE complied and quickly relocated to the State Farm building near 84th and O Streets. Unfortunately, with this move, we did not receive adequate funds to cover costs associated with construction, moving equipment, and office supplies. Eventually, 3 offices, that's Nebraska VR, Disability Determination Services, and our core NDE services will be housed under one roof, creating efficiencies and savings for taxpayers. We appreciate that these funds were included in the budget and look forward to hosting you at our new space at your convenience. And finally, we are also encouraged by the inclusion of needed investments in information technology, cybersecurity, and infrastructure in Governor Pillen's budget. The NDE has been aggressive in pursuing federally funded grants for education data systems, and this commitment from the governor represents an important step forward in continuing this progress with a state appropriation. So let's look at where we are now and how we got here. Nebraska led the nation in returning to school during the 2020-21 school year. The majority of students in the majority of our schools spent the majority of their time learning in person that year. Our schools are strong, as reflected in the National Assessment of Educational Progress, otherwise known as the nation's report card. In 2021-22, NAEP results showed that no other state scored higher than Nebraska in 4th grade math. Only one state scored higher in 8th grade math. Only 3 states outscored Nebraska in 4th grade reading, and only 7 states scored higher in 8th grade reading. With all this said, we know that we have a lot of work to do, and with some key investments can continue our progress. Nebraska sets a very high bar for performance. This, paired with the continued impacts of unfinished teaching and learning, were apparent in the 2021-22 state assessment results. 47% of Nebraska students grades 3 through 8 and 11 were proficient in English language arts, that's reading, writing, and grammar. 46% of students were proficient in math. 66% of students were proficient in science, and achievement results were especially unequal for students with disabilities, English learners, and the economically disadvantaged. Another figure giving us great concern is that 77,000 students were chronically absent, meaning they missed 10% of their time in membership at their school. This number skyrocketed not only as a result of the pandemic, but was likely exacerbated due to other factors, including mental health concerns, transportation needs, and a lack of engagement. And finally, while the number has since stabilized, the graduation rate in the 2020 school year dropped for the first time in a decade. Taking these data points together, and as the state emerges from the pandemic, the NDE is putting an unrelenting focus on improving these outcomes for students. In December 2022, the State Board of Education outlined their legislative and regulatory priorities as seen in the enclosed document. These priorities aligned with last year's legislative resolution LR 335, which sets a post-secondary attainment goal of 70% by 2030. The State Board shares in this commitment and reflected these priorities in our agency's biennial budget request. We are pleased to see many of the bills introduced in the legislature furthering these priorities, and specifically want to call out LB 610, which would provide funding for career and technical education, a vital investment in Nebraska's workforce. Currently, as you've heard, Nebraska is the only state that does not categorically fund career and technical education. Dr. Katie Graham from our team shared her perspective and testimony on this bill. And LB 319, which makes key investments in early childhood education and addresses the need for supporting a robust early childhood education workforce. And LB 516 continues investments in Safe to Help and other school safety initiatives. So now I want to address our ask. We are thankful for the investments proposed by Governor Pillen and the Appropriations Committee, and we'd be remiss if we didn't mention some important investments critical to the work ahead. In November 2022, our state board approved our biennial budget request, which includes investments in school improvement capacity, Safe to Help, IT and infrastructure, and early literacy. I offer these as an indication of the identified needs set forth by our state board. Regarding school improvement capacity, one vital part of the NDE's role is to support the improvement of schools. And Dr. Vargas will share this priority and illuminate this opportunity a little further in her subsequent testimony. Pertaining to Safe to Help, additionally, a high priority for funding is the Safe to Help hotline. In 2021, LB 322 was signed into law, creating this statewide school safety reporting system. At the time, the NDE committed to using federal funds through the 2023-24 school year. We remain committed to this funding, but will not have the funds to sustain the program beyond that date. It is incumbent upon the legislature to sustain this vital tool for keeping students safe. The investment amounts to $870,000 per year. To illustrate the effectiveness of the program, here are a few statistics on the usage of Safe to Help. 55% of students in our state are covered by Safe to Help. This past January alone, there were 141 tips made, making it the highest number in a month to date. For a couple days, the #1 calls were a viable threat. Since initiated in 2020, there have been more than 2,000 tips reported via phone call, the app, or online. We saw the firsthand effect of this program in December of 2022 when a credible threat was deterred in one of our districts when Safe to Help received a tip that a student brought a gun to school. Obviously, we hope this never happens elsewhere, nor again, but Safe to Help represents a proactive step to ensure the physical and psychological safety of our students, staff, and communities. And as I already referenced regarding IT and infrastructure, we are pleased to see that part of our request for additional investment in information technology and digital infrastructure was addressed by the governor's budget. In our biennial budget request, the agency included a significant ask surrounding a learning management system, an online platform that allows parents and students access to content being taught in classrooms. While we received partial investment from the governor, we would respectfully request additional appropriation from our state to continue the investment we began with federal ESSER funds. And finally, early literacy. We have seen a great interest from policymakers on early childhood education and literacy. While our state has made significant gains because of the Reading Improvement Act, we recognize much of the potential investment has been unrealized. Our original request sought $10 million per year to transform early literacy through statewide professional learning for elementary teachers in the science of reading, investments in training for higher education institutions, and family literacy investments. We look forward to continued conversations with the legislature and governor to think of ways to address this need. So in conclusion, I want to reiterate our agency's commitment to lead and support the preparation of all Nebraskans for learning, earning, and living. We are a dedicated staff, and we are regional and national leaders in the education field and in providing needed services to our citizens. We're proud of our schools and know that with some key new or continued investments, we can maintain our state's position as an education leader. Our team is prepared to answer additional questions you may have, but for now, I thank you for your leadership and your initial investment in the students of our state. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Senator Erdman?
Thank you, Senator Clements. Thank you for coming. You spoke about the proficiency of our schools on the document that you gave us, Education Nebraska. It says here that we rank 22 we're reading, we were fourth grade reading, we were first, eighth grade, second in math, fourth grade, fourth, and in eighth grade, we were eighth. And then you turn the page and it talks about proficiency of students by the LEA and then proficient of students in math. And let's take math, for example, we're 46% proficient. What does that exactly mean? 46% of the students can do math to their grade level. What does that statement mean?
On grade level would be proficiency.
We're okay with 46% being proficient.
We're not okay with that, no. Our goal would be that 100% would be proficient. But we have different levels, whether it be developing, whether it be proficient, and I don't know what the name of the highest level would be, advanced level. And so we're working through all those levels. It's about the level of the content standards known and the performance being able to be demonstrated.
Okay, on the next page, it says English language art, 46% met expectations. So that's our expectation is 46%. Shouldn't it be higher than that?
Yes, it should be higher than that, depending on how you would frame that. It is not necessarily our expectation that everybody has to be exceptional, but it would be our expectation that everybody would be on grade level, and that would be what we're working toward. And this again would be about all students.
According to that, only 46% are proficient.
Are proficient, and our bar is very high.
That's not very high. 46%.
Our bar in terms of the standards and proficiency in terms of where we have the cut score placed is very high.
So have you seen the document that LRO put out about schools on a glance? Have you seen that?
Not specifically, no.
Okay, every school in the state, they've taken information from their proficiency rating, absentee rate, graduation rate, ACT score, all that's on one page for each school district. There are very few schools that exceed 50% in proficiency in anything, math, English, whatever it may be. How can we say that our schools are outstanding and we're better than other states when in fact that doesn't seem to me very high? That looks like a low bar to me.
I would say initially our schools are excellent. I'm saying more than just talking about the academic performance of our schools. Schools are, when we look at how our schools are categorized, when we talk about the programs in our school, it's more than just academics. And I could get to what the whole formula is laid out there, but it would be programs that are offered in our schools. It would be some of the conversation around that we just had around CTE, the importance of having that in our schools and those opportunities. And so when we're talking about the rating of our schools, a lot of times we're talking about how many of those opportunities are offered to our students and how many of our students can participate in those in addition to their performance on assessments, reading, writing, and literature.
Well, one of the schools that I looked at in that schools at a glance was the Omaha Public Schools.
Yes.
Their graduation rate is 74%. Their ACT score average is like 15.69. The overall school proficiency in English is 20%. And that school, the rating needs improvement. It's a rare school, it needs improvement. So what are we doing to make an improvement in Omaha Public Schools? When I was on the education committee, first 2 years I was here, I think Omaha Public Schools had like 87 elementary schools. 29 of the 87 are third graders couldn't read the third grade level. And when asked the superintendent what the advantage was, how to move that up, you know what the answer was? More money. I've never seen a chance when we give more money make a difference, but there's got to be something happening because we have 74% graduation rate in Omaha Public Schools, and the proficiency rating is half of what you say here is expectations met. We've got a lot of work to do. So I don't know how we're going to fix that, but you've got to come to some conclusion as to what we need to do to educate our students because they're not getting it in public schools today.
I understand. And Senator, that wasn't a question, but I'm going to jump out there and I can't speak specifically for Omaha Public Schools, but I can say this, when anybody is saying more money, I don't think they're just talking about cash coming in and being thrown down there and as if that's going to make a difference. But more money provides opportunities because more money allows somebody to bring in staff, it allows somebody to bring in training, it allows somebody to address some particular needs. So I'm sure if that superintendent, Dr. Logan, perhaps you're speaking of.
This was 7 years ago.
7 years ago, whoever the superintendent was, when they said more money, they meant more money to be able to do things and address the needs of their district, not just throw more money.
But there are numerous schools, there's 244, I think, in that book. And there are a few that exceed 50% proficiency in certain areas, but the majority are less than that. those are substandard results in my opinion. And this is this test here is supposed to be the national score report card. And so when I look at those schools and I see what they do, and some of those schools that have poor proficiency rating are rated great. I can't understand how a school that's not instructing students when they come out of it to be able to do the math, the English, and whatever else they need to do to be considered great when they have that kind of proficiency rating.
I can't speak to that specifically for the Omaha Public Schools, but if I'm thinking about the Omaha Public Schools and what I could speak to about Omaha Public Schools is the diversity of their students, is the wide variance and variability of their students. And with that, I could understand that they would have significant needs to address, and performance would make a difference there for them.
I agree. Okay. There are other schools that are just as bad as Omaha almost, and they don't have any of those issues you spoke of. So the problem is not just in Omaha, it's in public schools. That's the problem.
Other questions? Senator Vargas?
Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you for being here.
Sure.
And I don't know if this is the right question for you or for Vargas, but I think sometimes part of our job is also to educate the public and also educate my fellow committee members and myself on where we are on things. I would love to learn a little bit more about the I'm going to make sure I get the language right here, specifically from the request, the school improvement side of Program 25. Senator Erdman and I sometimes agree on things, sometimes we disagree. I would agree, with the underlying sentiment that I don't believe all of our schools are equally as successful. We have real needs across the state, and I think it's hard, even with the CTE conversation. I take it as we're not doing enough and our kids aren't doing enough in this realm of CTE, which is why funding really helps to then close this gap for the training and development, for the equity of funding, for the workforce pipelines. And I see the same way. It's hard for us to not say we need some more of these funding requests without also acknowledging that there are real gaps within our system. When I did see this, and maybe I looked at it a little differently than Senator Erdman, I did see gaps. I didn't see it as just we're doing great. I know NAEP is just a point in time, and it's a point in time in comparison with all these other states. And it's also, it's not assessing every single individual largely. So, but what I did see from the school improvement side, it would be great to hear how many schools are currently working with NDE on school improvement, and how many are getting off of the needs improvement category and are becoming better, because I want to see that decrease, the number of schools that are genuinely in needs improvement. And I want to see if you could speak to that, and I'm kind of setting this up for as far as well.
That's going to be our significant.
Dr. Vargas, yes.
Thank you.
Other questions? Saying none, thank you for your, excuse me, Senator Dover.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Senator.
I realize that education is a very, 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 very complex issue that has a lot of variables. I do probably think that sometimes more money isn't always the solution, but I agree with Senator Erdman. If we look at the amount of dollars spent in other countries compared to what we spend in the United States, there's a message there. I do believe that parenting sometimes now thinks they shouldn't have homework at home. I remember doing my homework at home, and I think parenting sometimes affects those grades equally, or as far as teachers can sometimes, and coaching, et cetera, as far as discipline. I think there's a misconception as far as the statement that was English language arts 46% met expectation. I think your statement wasn't that it met your expectation. It was simply it did 46% or the only ones that met your expectation. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And then as far as reading goes, could you just speak to what effect one of my majors was Spanish. Okay. So what effect do you think Hispanics and other nationalities that are coming into our state that aren't proficient in English affect your reading scores?
those who are learning English for the first time and have a certain amount of time before they have to show competence, so to speak, in passing that, have greater struggles to be able to get there. So yes, if English is not your first language, you have some greater difficulty than if it is. I think Dr. Vargas, and I don't know specifically, maybe speaking to some of those kinds of things as she talks about continuous improvement and what is all involved in that. But yes, it would certainly have impact.
So, obviously, it seems as though the federal government is concerned with breaking down a lot of statistics according to skin color, ethnicity, and things like that. Where these don't seem to do that, do you look at, is this report proficiency in, let's say, reading, is that available by ethnicity or?
I don't know in each one, but I can find that out. I know in our own reporting, we report out by subgroups also. That information is available to our schools.
Yeah, because while I understand the importance of saying whatever percentages reach your expectations in reading, it'd be interesting to see that breakdown, because there certainly wouldn't expect someone who just came to this country that didn't speak the language to be proficient, but it would help at least see. I'm sure you look at that for directing funding.
Yes, we can provide that too.
All right, thank you.
Other questions? Senator Armendariz?
Thank you. I apologize for coming in late. Could you get me up to speed on the number 3 item here, the $11.3-ish million? Did we discuss that? The sustaining non-academic student needs? Or did you discuss that at all?
I don't believe I did, Senator. I don't know where you would be specifically.
Program 25? Yes. She doesn't? Okay.
Okay.
All right, we'll discuss it, I guess internally without your input then.
Other questions? Overall, no, I did have one. Just looking here at general funds operations, fiscal 23 is 30.2 million, but 24 is 56, and 25 is 56.9. Can you explain the large increase in that?
Senator Clements, I'm going to have Bryce, that'll be his part, that he'll come in and do the financial advising part, okay?
I'll let him address that. Thank you for your testimony.
Sure.
Next, Department of Education representative. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator Clements and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Bryce Wilson. That's BRYCE WILSON. I'm the Finance Officer for the Nebraska Department of Education. Thank you for the time this afternoon. I'd like to quickly cover a couple different budget-related items for you, and then I'll be glad to try and answer questions you may have. I'm going to begin by giving a high-level overview of our budget that I think may be helpful to you as Appropriation Committee members. This information is going to be on the front of the handout that's coming around right now. But for the 2022-23 year, NDE's budget was $1.84 billion, which is a number that's somewhat ear-catching. Of that $1.84 billion, over $1.73 billion of that was flow-through aid, with the biggest portions of that amount being TIOSA and special education funding. That leaves just under $111 million for operations for NDE. And that includes both the VR, DDS, and main education portions of NDE. What's interesting is, of that total budget, the state general funds account for 73% of the $1.84 billion. But of the $111 million operations amount, state general funds make up $34 million, or 31%, with the federal government's funding the majority of operation costs of almost $73 million, or 66% of our operations. There's further breakdown information on that of our budget on that handout. Also to note, I think that's helpful information too, is that for every dollar the state contributes to the vocational rehabilitation program, the feds contribute $2.3, their match on that. As Dr. Friesen previously mentioned, we are thankful for the Governor and Appropriation Committee's recognition of the salary increases in the preliminary budget. In addition to what was included in the preliminary versions, we are requesting funding for the vacant positions, which were not included in the preliminary budget recommendations. Including the funding for the vacant positions is especially critical to the agency, as we currently have double the number of vacancies the agency has historically had at any given time. We have found it increasingly difficult to not only retain our current staff, but hiring new staff has continued to become more and more challenging. So salary increases are critical for all positions at NDE, whether currently filled or vacant. The last item I'm going to address is the agency's technology request, which includes two different items that were included in the governor's budget recommendation. The first item was for IT infrastructure support staff and operational costs. With an ever-increasing technology requirements and need for security, these positions have become more important to ensure that all of NDE, including VR and DDS, have the support and information security that is required in today's ever-advancing technology-driven world. The second item the governor recommended funding in his preliminary budget was the support staff and operational costs for the Canvas learning management system. You might be wondering why a learning management system is useful. A learning management system allows schools to provide informational content and educational resources and simplifies the administration, documentation, tracking, reporting, and delivery of digital content and student data. Canvas is the system used by 175 districts, non-public schools, and ESUs in our state, with many more considering moving to the Canvas system soon. Besides allowing administrators to monitor and teachers to deliver content, the system also allows parents to see everything their student can see and track their progress. I can tell you as a parent, that's nice to know. I have been told it also makes the transition to college about as seamless as possible, since it is used by most colleges and universities, especially in the state of Nebraska. It does include the University of Nebraska and all but one of the community colleges, as well as most of the other post-secondary schools in Nebraska. The rest of the technology request is also important for NDE. We recognize it is a large request, but it covers the need for additional staff to maintain and improve the security of our student level data, meet federal and state collection and reporting requirements, and continue to implement modern day essential functions that have long been overdue at the agency. NDE has been able to somewhat fill this need with two different federal grants that are both scheduled to be completed within the next half to year and a half before those go away. With that, I'd be glad to attempt to answer any questions that I can.
Questions from the committee? Did you address the operations general increase I asked about? Our sheet here is showing 30.2 million in fiscal 23 going up to 56.1, 56.9.
That's a general fund increase?
Yes.
I am not sure. We're looking at it.
We'll talk to our fiscal.
Okay. I'm not aware of a general fund increase that significant.
Right here.
All right. Well, that's all. It's in operations, so we'll have to find out if there's an error.
Is it, and that's all general funds? I mean, the only significant increase to any operational budget would have been federal funds.
We're showing federal going from 72.2 to 77.8 and 79.5. You have any input?
Not on me right now.
Okay.
I don't, Chairman, I don't know that these numbers here on page 13-1 match the newer numbers here.
Well, after the hearing, we'll meet with.
I'd be glad to take a look. I'm sure I can answer the question, but I'm not sure what numbers you're referring to right now.
Well, will the clerk provide Mr. Wilson with that information, and he can reply to us later. Other questions from the committee? Senator Dorn?
Thank you, Senator Clements. Thank you for being here. You talked a little bit about, I call it the amount of openings you have in some of these departments or whatever. Currently, what percent are you staffed at, I guess, or we had 500 and maybe 60 or 59 employees?
We're currently we have right about 500 employees.
500 employees,
yeah.
okay.
Yes. And I don't know the exact amount that are hired at the moment, but We have about 96 vacancies between, and that's between VR, DDS, and the core education piece, the whole part.
96.
Yeah.
Primarily, one of the things you talked about was, I call it salaries. So primarily that, or?
I think that's a big part of it. I think that the state's recognition of in the master agreement of the increases of 7% and 5% will be extremely helpful to us. But it has been easy to tell the change and difficulty in hiring staff and getting qualified staff in over the last couple of years. We've seen a big change in the trying to get jobs posted or having to run them multiple times and still struggling to get qualified candidates.
I have a answer to that increase. That is what you put in. If we approved everything you requested, that's what the new number would be.
Okay, that would make sense to me. I was gonna say, I don't think that's happened. I guess I'm probably not gonna hold my breath that will completely happen, but we'd be grateful for that.
All right, very good. Well, thank you. I think that's all we have. Thank you for your testimony.
I did, if you wanted questions on the third budget issue, you had the question about the sustained school health. I do have that information if that would be helpful to you.
Could you explain that budget item of $11.3-ish million?
Yes, so it's broke down into a few different things, kind of rolled up into one budget ask. The first portion of it was mentioned by Dr. Friesen a couple of times, and that is the Safe to Help network, and that was 1.8 million of that request over the 2 years. That's the amount for that. There was 5 million in that request for mental health support services. That is to continue work that we've been doing with the federal ESSER programs. Kind of the idea behind this request in total was we looked at the investments that were made with the ESSER program, the ESSER dollars, and what we felt was the most important, most successful work that was done with that money, and wanted to include those in an ask where with those items that we felt were, I guess, worthy of state dollars to continue those programs. The last part of it was for full service community schools. That was $4 million of that total request. So
what does full service community schools mean?
That's for summer school programming and expanded after school programs. So it's reaching out to school districts to provide additional opportunities for students that need additional help in the classroom, either through summer school or expanded learning programs.
Okay, I have a follow-up.
Yes.
So to expand on that, the school I grew up in, COVID, I'm guessing, hit it really, really hard. It's in an impoverished area of Omaha. And unfortunately, those kids were sent home and probably have fallen way behind. So by the time they get back, how do you catch a student up that was maybe in second grade at the time? And we all know by third grade, if they haven't caught up in reading and many of those issues, why wouldn't we be throwing all of these dollars at getting those kids caught up and spending all that time on that?
Yeah, so that's a really good question and a really hard question to answer. And I think some of that has been done. And that's, I think, a lot of the thought process behind how the ESSER dollars were passed out from the federal government, which targeted those areas, the Title I. It was passed out along the Title I allocations. And so it targeted those high need districts like that. And Omaha Public Schools received a significant amount of the ESSER dollars to address those specific needs. The specifics on how to accomplish that, I'm probably not the perfect guy to answer that for you, but I'm guessing that Shirley may have some answers to that when she talks about the school improvement and that piece of our budget request. So that would be, she could probably add something to that as well. But that is exactly what the federal program did with the ESSER funds, is target those funds to those areas that they felt like were going to be the most impacted from the COVID situation.
And unfortunately, we impacted those kids that many of them will never recover from. Thank you for your testimony.
Yeah.
Seeing no questions, thank you for your testimony.
Yep.
Next department representative. Welcome.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Senator Clements and the Appropriations Committee. My name is Shirley Vargas, SHIRLEYVARGAS. And for the record, there is no relation with Senator Vargas, just so happens to share a name. I am the School Transformation Officer at the Nebraska Department of Education. I have the great pleasure in this role to work with many of our schools that have been identified through our state accountability system and federal accountability system. So coming around right now is a handout that will provide further explanation related to those two systems. First, I want to start with some context related to the improvement work in our state. The Quality Education Accountability Act of 2012 laid the foundation for the state required accountability system. In 2014, there was a statute added there in order to identify priority schools, and priority schools come from the lowest classification, which we call need support to improve. In 2018, Senator Vargas introduced LB 1110 that changed our accountability requirements that were originally slated for every 3 years to be an annual classification process. So every year we go through this process. And that same year, the Education Committee introduced LB 1081, which expanded the limit of priority schools. So we appreciate the legislature's acknowledgement of the responsibility that the NDE has to support our schools. And we know that additional funding is necessary to cover that added responsibility. The state has allocated approximately $700,000 to the NDE, $700,000, excuse me, to the NDE for accountability and priority school work. Across the changes I've just outlined, that figure has remained consistent despite the increased needs of schools and challenges facing our students and communities. Each year, the state invests local and state dollars on the front end to our schools and our buildings to ensure quality education for all students. And it's this department's statutory responsibility to ensure the quality of that, especially for underperforming schools. These funds, right, are ensured to make sure that schools are have what they need to operate the school. And while we have our assessment and accountability systems that we're running every year, it's when we are identifying schools and whether or not they're meeting these specific accountability standards that we're seeing that there is very limited capacity for the NDE to actually then step in and support the schools appropriately. So it's incumbent upon all entities to be able to focus on accountability and continuous improvement and ensure that return on investment from the front end. So consequently, the NDE has lacked the adequate resources to support these improvement efforts, relying instead on federal dollars to supplement this work, which focuses specifically on Title I buildings. I've had the pleasure of working with late Senator Rich Pauls and his staff aide, Tim Dewey, in 2021 and in 22, where Senator Pauls laid out his vision to not only support the vision of school improvement by increasing the capacity at the NDE, but also adding additional priority schools, and most importantly, strengthening and investing in our educational service units across our state. We were deeply encouraged by this direction and believe that with strategic investments, we can fulfill this vision. As such, in our original request, you'll see that we included what we believed was the most efficient way to address this need. The focus is to build the internal capacity of the NDE and strategically partner with our ESU colleagues and not overly rely on external contractors to accomplish this work. So this is our perspective, and we are definitely open to different approaches with the support of this committee as well as the Education Committee. So in closing, additional capacity at the NDE will not only deepen our impact to support the schools across our state, but most importantly, will acknowledge a significant commitment to our students, our educators, and the future workforce of the state. So I thank you for your time, and I'll take questions that you may have.
Any questions from the committee? Senator Armendariz?
I was going to wait for you to raise your hand first.
Oh,
you might
be
be asking questions that I might ask anyway. I'll start. So in talking with many educators and teachers, and I have OPS is my district, right, in Bennington. So OPS saw a lot of teachers leave last May. Not one of them said it was because of pay. Not one of them. It was everything else. They don't feel supported by their administration. The classrooms are extremely disruptive and they can't do anything about it. So I'm in business. And if you're in an office that's disruptive all of the time, or your manager doesn't support you, or you don't trust their intentions, you leave. Or if you stay, you become a really poor employee because you're staying because of the pension or whatever, and you feel locked in. You stay, but your performance deteriorates in that kind of an environment. So do you think that we need to address the environment the teachers are working in to get better performing schools? And I know my daughter's 30 years old. Plenty of her friends went to be teachers. They're great, young, energetic, ambitious people. I don't think it's the teachers. I think a lot of them have great intentions. And if you put them in a bad environment long enough, they'll deteriorate. I think the support needs to be behind the teachers to improve the classrooms. And if that means setting some strict standards on what the conduct in that classroom expectation is, how do we enforce that and empower those
Senator,
teachers to do
would
that?
you let her answer the question, please?
No
Please
problem.
answer the question.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the context that you provided, Senator. The first thing I would say that our school improvement approach is to understand the context of each building and district that we're working with, and to truly understand what is at the root cause of the things that we're seeing at the tip of the iceberg, right? So it's hard to delineate a really specific approach without really knowing the context in which it's occurring, and also understanding the different perspectives that are at play. And it's important also that an increase in or some appropriation related to this budget request can support that work, especially when we're working with the variety of sizes of districts across our state, OPS being the largest at over 50,000 students, however many teachers they have and leaders that they have. Then we're talking about systemic improvement that will take some time to address over some smaller districts that may have more flexibility in making those adjustments more rapidly. Nonetheless, change is hard, change will take time, and it's important to truly understand the needs of the individual districts and schools before prescribing anything, but we need people or resources to make that a reality.
Senator Vargas.
Thank you very much, Chairman. It's good to see you, Dr. Vargas, and appreciate you clarifying that we're not related. I get that more often than I'd like to admit. So, and I asked this question earlier from Dr. Friesen. I've had, some of us have the benefit of seeing the budget requests on this in the past. This isn't the first time the NDE has requested funds for, let's say, I would say school turnaround or school improvement efforts. And I think what we've tended to fund in the past have been the data aspects of AQuest to make sure that we're following through on some of the legislation. One of mine was included in that. I wondered if you could speak to it. Well, listen, it's hard to say yes to funding on this, and I'm not speaking for my committee, but we often get into conversations on if we don't fund this, are they really holding a high standard for turnaround? Are things actually improving in these school districts? So if you can update us on, we have a minimum of 3 schools. How many schools are actually working with? What are we actually doing? Are we contracting with entities to hold these standards, changing culture in classrooms, working with administrators and teachers, and what is this really looking like in real time so that we can make the case?
Yes, thank you for that question. It's really great. So as we have already stated, in terms of priority schools, if we were to think about this improvement approach in a series of tiers, priority schools is our most intensive tier, where we're not solely working with an individual building, but school board members, superintendents, community members, anyone who deeply impacts teaching and learning is part of that improvement process. And what we have found, for example, our latest school that just exited, Schuyler Central High School, right? That was a 3-year endeavor that really focused on ensuring that the local school board, their superintendent, and their other principals were also on board with this improvement strategy. Because what we also know is that schools operate in systems. So what we don't want to do is do a serious intervention in one specific school, and then the students move on to another school and then encounter behaviors and practices that undo the work we just spent so much money focusing on. So it's really important. So back to the Schuyler example, we focused on graduation rate. We focused on chronic absenteeism. We focused on our multilingual learners or students learning English. And it was important to understand what is a district approach, but what does it actually also look like at the high school when they move from algebra or, you know, geometry to chemistry? And what does that move from when they go from 8th grade to 9th grade to 10th grade? And that type of focus, that type of ability to be alongside a school is time and money. And unfortunately, it doesn't always just happen overnight, because all the research points to us and all the work that we've done in our state is showing that it takes time for that work to happen. So it also takes people to make that work happen.
And one follow-up question. Can you reach more schools and actually put the pressure and accountability to improve them without more funding to your specific program?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Saying none, thank you for your testimony. And now we'll invite anyone else who wishes to testify regarding the Department of Education budget. Proponent, opponent, neutral. All right. Oh. There we go. Welcome.
Senator Clements and committee, thank you for letting us have some input on here. I was told Kevin Wingard, Superintendent, Milford Public Schools, KEVINWINGARD. I wasn't planning on testifying. I didn't even know you could on an agency hearing, and I found out you could. I came up here I've been sitting there listening. I came up to support the Department of Education and the budget request, but also to maybe answer a couple questions of why I'm speaking for Senator Erdman and just talk about the work that the Department of Ed does for the public schools. I think public schools, I stood back there debating whatever if I wanted to speak, but I just felt like I had to after listening to the conversations. The Department of Ed has been doing a great job for public schools, all schools in the state. And I would say that the last 6 weeks, we've probably had better discussions with the Department of Ed. And I'm not the expert to speak on it, but I just felt like someone needed to. Dr. Freisman was asked about those 44% and all those. I'd just like to point out those are on our state assessment. If you look at all of our normed assessments, the ACT that all of our students take and the other assessments we take as school districts, we're always in the top 5 or top 10 in the country. All of our students take those assessments. The state assessments are set up a little bit different to match the federal requirements that the Department of Ed has to meet. And I would say in these last 6 weeks to 2 months, the Department of Ed has led some great discussions with some of our schools about why those scores aren't matching up with what we're showing nationally when we compete on the national level against other states. And so I do appreciate the work that the Department of Ed's doing, working directly with schools to look at why we're having that difference. And there's a distinct difference between the state assessment and those scores than the ACT and the other norm reference tests that we take. But I'm not the expert on it. There's some people back here that might be. But the Department of Ed is working with schools to try to improve those and see what the difference in the assessments are and how we can make those adjustments to truly reflect how all of our students are doing on those assessments. No one's happy with those results, but I would say as a superintendent of a school, it's not necessarily reflective of how our students truly do. in our school systems. That federal assessment, the way we have it set up in our state, I just question the results and what we truly are assessing. And the Department of Ed is doing a great job of helping schools understand that, and they're working with us to make those changes. So I just wanted to address that no one's ever happy with that 44% or whatever percent it is. Schools are working hard with the Department of Ed to see how we can get those improved, and looking at the cut scores, how it compares with our national normed assessments. But like I said, I'm not an expert to answer all those, but I'd like to compliment the Department of Ed and support the request for extra funds, because they're working hard, and I know they're short of staff, and we need their support to make those improvements. I'm rambling. I didn't write anything down.
Is there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Did anyone else wish to testify regarding Department of Education budget? Seeing none. Let's see. I have position comments for the record. One proponent, no opponents, and none in the neutral. That concludes the hearing for Agency 13, Department of Education. We're going to switch back to bills.
Okay, and that is going to open the hearing for LB 681. We're going to take a moment, though, to let the chair get up in his position and also switch our budget books. Welcome, Chairman Clements.
Thank you, Vice Chair Wishart and members of the Appropriations Committee. I am Senator Rob Clements, R-O-B, C-L-E-M-E-N-T-S. I represent Legislative District 2, and I'm here to introduce Legislative Bill 681. LB 681, as introduced, is to repurpose the Tax Equity and Educational Opportunities Fund and create the new Education Future Fund as an additional funding source for the governor's proposed education package, which bills are in other committees. It would transfer $1 billion in new appropriations for public schools, that was billion with a B, from the general fund to the new Education Future Fund in fiscal year 23-24, and $250 million in fiscal year 24-25, with the intent to continue an annual transfer of $250 million into the fund each year thereafter. I have also filed AM 193, which has been handed out to you. AM 193 inserts language on page 3 that establish an order of priority for expending the dollars. Oh, excuse me. There we go. I'm not on this side of the table very often. I'll give you just a minute to get that. AM 193 inserts language on page 3. It establishes an order of priority for spending the dollars from the Education Future Fund. Governor Pillen or his representative will be following me to testify on LB 681, which was introduced on his behalf, and we'll have more details on those priorities. I thank you for your consideration of LB 681. I will try to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you, Chairman. Any questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none. I'm assuming you'll be here for closing.
Yes.
I'd like to invite the governor up.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Wishart, members of the Appropriations Committee. Thanks for the opportunity to be before you. You never hear it enough how much Nebraskans appreciate and how hard everybody in this unicameral works. And the Appropriations Committee, I can have a little bit of a grasp of all the numbers that you're going through and all the work, so I'm gratefully for it. So, so let me start. Good afternoon, Senator Wishart and the members of Appropriations. My name's Jim Pillen. J is J-I-M and P is in Paul, I-L-L-E-N. And I have the incredible privilege of serving the 41st governor of Nebraska, and I'm here to testify on behalf of LB 681. First, I think it's really, really important to, on behalf of Nebraska's kids and Nebraska's parents and Nebraska's property taxpayers, to say to Senator Clements, thanks a billion. This bill is really, really a pivotal piece for education and providing the funding that we need for some historic reform with LB 681. As introduced, the repurpose of the Tax Equity and Educational Opportunities Fund. This creates the new Education Future Fund. This bill would transfer $1 billion from the general fund into the Education Future Fund, and then another $250 million a year thereafter. The purpose of the Education Future Fund is to provide money for the following. First would be what's been called the foundation aid, equalize the TOs, the districts that are not getting any equalization aid at $1,500 per student. The second is making sure that we can address the funding issue for special education, and then increasing the funding for school districts in a way that results in a dollar for dollar property tax relief. The other would be to have resources to fund grant programs so that we can address the teacher shortage, a real live problem. Fund a grant program to increase career and technical education opportunities, and fund grant programs to expand mentoring so that there's no kid needs a mentor, every kid deserves one. These grant programs need to be created by the legislature for such purposes. We do have an amendment filed for LB 681 that was worked out with some of the schools who wanted to make sure that this money would first be used to fund our current TIOSA formula. If for some reason funding dropped, as well as the place for special education funding above the foundation aid. I've been out and about a lot, and I wish that everybody could meet the families that have children that, as I have, that I say with, that are God's pleasures, that have different disabilities and challenges. And all of those families are incredibly grateful for the special education and the special needs that are across our state. The other part is, I think that's important that we talk about, is it's important for this bill is a key piece of the education plan in conjunction with 583 and 589. It's really important that these are all moved together. One without the other won't make sense. We've had an open line. Our office has had an open line of communication. We'll continue to communicate with stakeholders, education groups, private and public, both public and private, members of the legislature and other key stakeholders throughout this process. I believe that together we can and together we will. I think it's really, really important that we have a transformative change. And this is a great, great opportunity for the state of Nebraska. I appreciate the chance to visit. Happy to take any questions. Lee Will, that heads up our director of budget, is here to back me up. Any questions?
Thank you, Governor, for being here today.
Thank you.
Any questions from the committee? Senator.
Thank you, Senator Wishart. Thanks for coming today, Governor. And on page 3, I'll just read what it says here, and I have a question for you. It says, this is the foundation aid, is to increase funding for school districts in a way that results in direct property tax relief, which means a dollar for dollar replacement of property tax by state funding sources. So we give a school district $1,500 per student. They are required to lower their property tax by $1,500.
We also, a piece of this is with Senator Breezy's in the cap bill to make sure that schools are held accountable and that they're not able to just take that money and do anything. So if a school district or a superintendent would say, hey, I want to spend more than 3%, he's got to get a supermajority, 75% of his board, local control to be able to go along with that. As long as obviously the school board or the 60% of the people who vote would go with that, that would affect the dollar for dollar property tax relief.
Yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions? Senator, thank you. Thank you, Governor, for being here. I did get some feedback from a superintendent in Bennington, and they already receive extra dollars from the state through the TIOSA formula. So how would they?
Could you speak up? I'm sorry, Senator. I just couldn't hear you.
How would the districts that are already receiving TIOSA funds be affected by this?
So it's a great question about the districts that receive equalization aid. And there's a commitment throughout all the work is to make sure that everybody's held whole and that nobody goes backwards. And I think all of the foreign work and Lee Will could be able to address it more specifically. But I think with the work that every district and with the special education funding, every district, even equalized school districts, will have more funding to help address the special education. So nobody goes backwards.
Okay. Any other questions? Senator Vargas.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Thank you very much for being here, Governor. I just wanted to give you, and I'll probably ask the same question of Lee. One component of this is ongoing funding, $250,000 each fiscal year beyond this biennium. Mm-hmm. I just wondered if you could speak to the long-term sustainability of the fund. We're also, which we don't typically do, binding the hands of future legislatures to fund through the budget this $250,000 each year, which is it's not unusual, it's not unprecedented, but it is very difficult to do. And some of us won't be here, obviously, myself included, and Senator Wishart and Senator McDonald. But I wondered if you could speak to that.
Yeah, it's a great question and really, really important. I think that the first step would be in conjunction partnering with this body. We certainly believe it's really important today that we're state government, we're very fiscally conservative. That's where we worked very hard to present a 1.3% budget increase, and we believe there's opportunities in terms of running government to do better than that. Number one, but number two, we've done modeling for the last 45 years and took the 3 worst years and put those 2 back to back. And we still, under the worst set of circumstances, had like $500 million left. And then that's not even speaking to the 1.6 or 7 billion that's in the cash reserve. And then I might add on top of that, every agency, every department has their own cash fund. And when you add that up, it's kind of one of my pet peeves is finding those drawers, and that adds up to another 2.6 clicks. So there's a lot of money there. And then on top of the modeling that Lee's done, the last 45 years, we've grown at like 4.5%. We modeled it at 2.5% to have those numbers. So we've been very, very conservative all the way around.
Thank you. And I'll follow up with Lee on some of the modeling. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Okay, thank you, Governor.
Thank you. Thanks for all you do. Appreciate it.
Next testifier in support.
Hi, my name is Lee Will. I'm the State Budget Administrator for Nebraska, LEEWILL, and I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Senator Vargas.
I'm going to be the only one.
And Senator, I know it's unusual for Senator Clements to be introducing bills in the millions, but it's 250 million.
Sorry, yes, 250 million. What did I say? Oh
That would be affordable. The 250,000 would be affordable.
You know what? I'll tell you. I'll be honest. It was the billion joke that governor put out there that threw me off.
Sure.
I think it threw us all off. So 250 million. So if you could, so is your modeling inclusive of? There are a lot of asks in front of us, and I know I mentioned this when we had our briefing. There are, we have the canal project, we have prison, development of a new prison. We have you're still standing in there. This community college potentially being more obviously underneath state funding, and you have this future fund, this education future fund, and then you have these other tax initiatives, many of which I support. I wondered if this modeling is inclusive of all of those other things, not just typical years of growth in revenue and deficits. Is it inclusive of these other spending asks?
Yeah. So it is inclusive of all the governor's recommendations, which includes the transformative tax package, the income tax, business tax, social security tax, education future fund. Now, there's going to have to be some assumptions that go into the model in the out years. For instance, our out year projections for expenditure growth is 2%. Now, for this biennium, we had 1.3%. In the out year for revenue projections, they took the legislative fiscal offices and Department of Revenue's estimates and put those together as their estimates for the out years, and that's 2.5%. So I think that that's a conservative estimate for fiscal year 26-27. Now, we did take a look through FY 2030 using the historical growth rates of 4.5%. We had more than enough to cash flow all these aims, and that's not touching the $1.6 billion unobligated cash reserve fund balance. Now, if you look at the education future fund by 2030, we're estimating that fund to still have over $500 million in it. And to your question on tying the hands of a future legislature, if you add more money into special education needs, it increases the maintenance of effort. So it is, almost a requirement after we do it this session that we continuously finance those special education needs for the schools. So I understand the topic of binding the hands of the legislature, but this is a policy item that will have to be financed in the future, much like TIOSA and other aid programs would.
Yes, although we take up TIOSA every year, we don't feel bound by it, but we're committed to it. That's that's the best word I can think of.
Yep.
The 2% number that you just mentioned, I know you said sort of assuming about 2% budget growth in the out years. Is that correct?
Yes.
Maybe it gives me heartburn. I'm concerned, and obviously we're going to have to plan forward, and future legislature is going to have to plan forward, because in our years, even in really difficult times, on average, we were more than 2% these last 6 years. Now, again, that's on average, right? We've had some years that was less. There was really hard years. We were really tightening our budget. But I'm just thinking about these last couple of years. We were even at, I can't remember the right number.
2.6.
2.6, right? So, when we are considering a lot of really important asks, I think about the CTE hearing that we just had, which is really valid, great use of funding, and many things. The turnaround program that NDE just talked about. Water infrastructure development. We're talking about not only for Lincoln but for the entire state. I just want to make sure that this modeling is also inclusive of additional funding asks that would both the legislature and the public is also looking at solving problems that we haven't seen come up. And if we can get some modeling that shows if it's beyond 2%, if we were at 2.5%, which is more typical, what would that actually look like in the out years? That would be really helpful for us. Sure. You don't have to answer that question now, but.
Well, the one thing I would say too is if we look at the Medicaid budget, for instance, right now, I'll say it in this room just because we don't know what's going to happen with the unwind. We are over budgeted in that program. I think we're going to continuously lapse dollars back to the general fund, and we'll see what happens with that unwind. So I don't see as much dollars having to go into that. Now, TIOSA is somewhat being more stagnant than it has been in the past, mostly driven by property valuations. So I think the large large aid budget, large components that make up the budget are, have been fairly flat and will continuously be for the next couple of years. Now, after the unwind with Medicaid, we're going to have to see how that goes. But again, we have 30% of appropriations sitting in the cash reserve fund, 1.6 billion versus our $5.5 billion of our overall appropriations. So I do think that there's enough money for worthy investments if necessary.
Got a lot of cash reserve asks out there right now, including the governor. So be mindful of that. But thank you for answering those questions. And if you can get some modeling, I don't know what you're using in terms of modeling, but any of that information you can get on a higher, more than 2%, I would appreciate that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Any additional questions?
Thank you. Thank you. And I want to go back to the equalized schools. That was a specific ask of one of the superintendents in my area, Bennington, OPS, are my area. So his particular concern was there is a small school district, West Side, also in the metropolitan area that is not equalized. And he worried that they would have a better opportunity to lower property taxes in District 66, yet his funding would stay flat. Or is that true with the special education funding? Would he have the opportunity to lower property taxes with this funding? Or is he going to stay flat and District 66 could go down?
So I will tell you that every school district will receive a sizable increase in their state aid, and that will be continuous. So the governor's initial plan was foundation aid inside the formula, which agreed wouldn't help the equalized schools because they'll get washed out through the equalization formula. So it's 1-for-1 proportionate, right? Special education inside the formula would also get washed out after a couple of years. So, in that example, they would not. The governor's plan added the additional SPED reimbursement, the additional funding outside of the TIOSA formula. So that would mean that it's not getting counted against their initial aid. So it would be what they get now plus the additional dollars in SPED reimbursement. So we really took a look at the equalized and non-equalized schools because of the governor's point. He wanted to, rise all boats. And that's not just holding them harmless, but that's providing substantial state aid that they weren't receiving before. Now, there's multiple ways to get there. Another is looking at the resource component, not counting a certain amount of foundation aid and resources for equalized schools. So I think it's a process going through with non-equalized and equalized schools, but we definitely want to make a sizable investment in both.
I appreciate that explanation. I'm hoping that calms their nerves and we have that on the record. That helps.
Definitely.
Any other questions? Senator.
Thank you, Senator Wisher. Thank you for being here. I'm going to piggyback on her Senator Armadeus's question. Part of what at least some of us have been having the discussion about is special ed outside the formula. At times, there's a criteria whereby it will be almost double counted or part of it will be double counted. And I know if that is true, one of the solutions we've heard is to come up with a kind of a concept of where that maybe wouldn't be. Can you comment on that?
So we've been looking at a term, some would call it a hold harmless, some would call it stabilization aid. And I'll try to make this as simple as possible with the formula. Sometimes it gets a little bit muddy. So for the first 2 years, the equalized schools will not have the negative impact of the SPED reimbursement. So I think the foundation aid and the SPED reimbursement can go through the model as inside the formula, and equalized and non-equalized schools receive a significant benefit. Now, year 3 is where it starts to come through the formula. And what you can do as compared to a hold harmless or stabilization aid is only count a certain amount of those foundation aid dollars as resources for a school district. So let's say if you get $1,500 and you're only counting $1,250 per student for an equalized school, it'll be $250 times the amount of students that they would receive in additional aid. So we believe this plan is going to cost right around $300 million a year, and that can be, pretty flat each year. And that's going to hit equalized, non-equalized student schools. I think, off the top of my head, Lincoln would be looking anywhere, I think it was like $26 to $30 million each year. And then non-equalized would also receive a huge increase in state aid.
The ones that are non-equalized, basically the foundation aid, just because of where they sit and how they're, it won't have that effect on them. But I think you're correct in the fact that the criteria for how that's looked at or how that's counted as we go forward, the equalized schools to make, I don't know whether to make sure to make that, I guess to me, it's one of the things that we need to make sure in this bill that we have that done properly.
Yep.
And I think your explanation explains it a little bit, but going forward, will there be clarification on that, or how will we know where that really sits when we have the discussion?
Sure. So there's obviously going to have to be an amendment to the bill if that's the way that it goes forward. We've been talking with the school districts, the equalized ones, just to be honest with you, just to make sure that we're mitigating any impacts in year 3. That's where you don't want it dropping off. So like the initial plan, if you just did the hold harmless, the Lincoln area would grow out of that hold harmless. So their aid would come down from 27 million to year 3. It would be like 14 million, right? But in this proposal where you're looking at the resource allocation, it would go from 30 million and pretty much stay 30 million, 30 million. So there's a way to do this that you provide a stable, steady level of aid. You have stability from the state perspective, and the school districts have certainty. And the other thing we want is we want property tax reform. If you have up, down on the amount of aid, they're going to have to go to the property taxpayers in order to raise that additional dollar. So we want to keep it as seismic investment, but we want to keep it as steady as possible.
Thank you for that clarification very much.
Yep.
Any additional questions? Yeah, I have a few, Lee.
Sure.
So this is the first time, or one of the first times that I've been involved in developing a fund of this nature.
Sure.
Can you walk me through the mechanics of how this would work? So we put $1 billion into this fund.
Yep.
Can you walk me through how that works over a course of years, and then what we anticipate the interest would be on this as well?
So I was doing an estimate of like 3.5% interest, and it obviously, I'll answer your interest question first. So it obviously depends on how much principal you have in the fund. But if you start out at $1 billion, you're looking at about $21 million investment accruals. And as you start spending that down, it comes anywhere about $17 million or so is on the investment side. How this would be done is, so let's say foundation aid is around $500 million inside the formula. And that's not the impact on state aid. You would say something like the Education Future Fund is responsible for paying for 15% of the foundation aid inside the formula. So it'd be 15% times your $450 million. And then you'd also have to add in the additional SPED reimbursement. So it's making sure that you're financing the things that you want to finance out of the Education Future Fund, and then financing the things out of the TIOSA fund, and you're costing those appropriately. So it's essentially finding the things that we're financing in the bill, scaling them to how much it costs, and then putting that in as an appropriation. So in this instance, the Appropriations Committee would actually appropriate 2 things. It would be the general fund appropriation for TIOSA, and it would be the cash fund appropriation necessary to pay out the Education Future Fund.
Okay.
Yep.
And then you had mentioned at some point in the future, the fund would be at 500 million.
A little over that, yeah.
When is that?
2030 is when we were looking.
Okay, 2030.
Yep.
Okay. And so do you anticipate the 250 million that we're putting in is not going to be able to replenish it then?
Eventually, we will have to look at other funding. Okay, so if we're spending around $300 million flat, we put $1 billion upfront financing, $250 million each year, there will come a time where we will have to replenish some of that fund.
Okay.
But looking out, 8-9 years in the future, still got over $500 million in the funding source.
Okay, great.
Yep.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any final questions? Okay. The one last thing question I have is I've seen somewhere floating around a spreadsheet that shows school districts and an approximation of what they would be receiving in this formula. Do you have that just to provide to the senators so we get a visual?
Yeah, the only reason I'm kind of smirking is I'm on the 4th model of the way that this thing runs. I can if you would, Senator, I think we have a really good plan and really good numbers. I want to get with the large school districts to make sure we're thinking about it the same way. I have that costing. I just want to make sure that we verify the assumptions, and I'll get it to you in the next day or 2 if that works.
Thank you.
Great.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next proponents for LB 681. afternoon.
Good afternoon. Chairman Wishart, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Mark McHargue, MARKMCHARGUE. I'm the president of Nebraska Farm Bureau. And I'm here on behalf of Nebraska Farm Bureau, but also the Nebraska Corn Growers Association, Nebraska Soybean Association, Nebraska Pork Producers Association. I'm here today to testify in support of LB 681. This bill creates a new education future fund, as has been noted. It has additional funding source that the governor's education package would need to fund foundation aid for each student in public schools and increasing funding for special education. We believe this is a bold move by Governor Pillen. It's very long overdue. For years, we have advocated that the state needs to take greater responsibility in funding our public schools in order to reduce Nebraska's over-reliance on property tax. Anytime there's a bill before the legislature that proposes to allot $1 billion, as has been mentioned, to ensure increased funding for schools, we need to make sure it's sustainable. It's a bold move. For that, we thank Governor Pillen, his team, and the senators that are on board and the senators willing to consider this. LB 681 transfers $1 billion in new appropriation for public schools from the general fund to the new Education Future Fund in 2023 and $250 million in 2024, with the intent to continue annually supplementing this fund with $250 million each year thereafter. You might say that LB 681 checks the box or completes the package. It ensures the new foundation aid and the increase in special education funding created in LB 583 is sustainable. It ensures funding for programs to retain teachers, increase careers and technical education opportunities, and mentoring. If we could ask for one thing to be added to this package, it would be that the legislature finds a way to make sure as much property tax relief as possible comes from the state's increased investment into education. With Nebraska experiencing revenues well above its annual budget needs, now is the time for the state to make a strategic investment in our children's education. Set aside the money needed to ensure the investment is sustainable and reduce the state's over-reliance on property taxes. That is prudent fiscal policy. The state taking greater responsibility in funding our public schools in order to reduce its over-reliance on property taxes should be one of the state's highest priorities, if not the highest. The state has the money. It's the right thing to do. This is the right time to do it. For those reasons, we encourage your support of this measure. We appreciate your consideration of our perspective and offer assistance to help this become a reality. Would be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Mark, for being here. Thanks for the promotion for chairperson.
Well, sorry. Well, so it's a chance, right?
Oh.
Sorry, vice chair.
Any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Additional proponents? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Senator Wishart, members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm Jack Moles, that's JACK-MOLES. I'm the Executive Director of the Nebraska Rural Community Schools Association, also known as NERCSA. On behalf of NERCSA, I wish to speak in support of LB 681. NERCSA applauds both the governor and Senator Clements for placing a proper emphasis on the importance of protecting state funding for our public schools. NERCSA was invited to be a part of the governor's task force on school funding back in December. And he listened very well to us, to our concerns and ideas from the Education Committee. One of the issues that he heard was the concern that in funding changes, education community desires to know that such changes are sustainable. You've heard that term, sustainable. LB 681 attempts to provide that sustainability. The unicameral will be considering other parts of the governor's plan that would provide expansion of state funding for our public schools, about 2/3 of those who do not currently get equalization aid. Protecting state funding for those schools is especially important to NERCSA. The other part of the bill that we really appreciate and that Senator Clements addresses are 3 issues that are important to the governor and to the education community both. That's teacher recruitment and retention, career and technical education opportunities for students, and mentorship programs for students. We support those goals, and we also support using the Education Future Fund to support those 3 important issues. So again, NERCSA appreciates the work of the governor and Senator Clements, and we encourage you to move this bill forward.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thanks for being
Thank you.
here. Additional proponents?
Good afternoon, Chair Clements and also Senator Wishart. Thank you for allowing us to speak today. My name is Josh Fields, Josh-Fields. I'm the current superintendent of Seward Public Schools and current president of STANCE. STANCE stands for Schools Taking Action for Nebraska Children's Education. It is comprised of 18 mid-sized school districts free of lobbyists representing nearly 25,000 students in Nebraska. STANCE is unique. In fact, we have districts representing the entire state from Chadron to Platt-Smith, levies that range from $1.05 to 60 cents, enrollments ranging from 900 to 4,000 students. We represent Nebraska education. We do not take lightly in our position with the legislature. We submit this testimony as proponent of LB 681 proposed by Senator Clements on behalf of the governor. As an organization, we appreciate Governor Pilling involving STANCE to be part of the discussion. So we were able to have 2 representation with those meetings that were held in December and continue to have conversations. We look forward to continued conversations in the future on important education topics such as school funding, teacher shortage, CTE, but also appreciate just being allowed to provide feedback from our STANCE representation with new ideas and concerns and questions as we evolve to what you see today. Here are some of the biggest reasons. We're not going to take a lot of time, but if this bill passes, it will be the largest investment in public education from our state with provisions to continue to provide support through the initial $1 billion in 23-24 and then $250 million every year thereafter. Opportunity for all school districts to receive some sort of foundation aid, even if a district is currently not equalized. The Education Trust Fund will be a dedicated source of revenue to help pay for the foundation aid, along with allowing for districts to apply for certain educational grants. The details of those grants are still not specified at this time. These dollars will also fund special education versus the 80% tour currently is about 45 to 49% depending upon the district. STANCE continues to be dedicated in helping in any way possible have sustainable property tax relief that still ensures that we're able to continue to provide excellent education to our students. We believe that LB 681 does this, and we appreciate all the work of Senator Clements and the governor's office for bringing this bill forward.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Any questions? Senator Erdman.
Thank you, Senator Wishart. So I'm looking here at Seward Public Schools. You get 0 equalization aid, is that correct?
We get about 200 and very little bit, like $220,000.
Okay, you have, it says here you have 1,540 students.
Correct.
So $1,500 times that's about 2.5 million, right?
Yep.
So will you lower your property tax by 2.5 million? The same number?
Very close. So we would, right now, what I projected, we'd be able to lower our property tax by around 11 to 12 cents of our levy.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you. Can I get a raised hands for who is planning on testifying on this legislation? Okay, if you are planning on testifying, please come to the front. Thank you. Additional proponents?
You should cut it to 3 minutes.
Yeah. 3 minutes. Senator Wishart.
Vice Chair Wishart. My name is Kyle Fairburn, KYLEFAIRBAIRN. I represent the Greater Nebraska Schools Association, GNSA. The organization represents 25 of the largest school districts in the state of Nebraska. These 25 districts represent over 70% of all the students in the state of Nebraska attending public schools, and we educate 88% of all the minority children that go to schools in public schools in the state of Nebraska. Come to you today in support of LB 681 and Amendment 193. I'd like to thank the governor and Senator Clements for bringing the bill forward and all the work that has been put into the bill. This bill would start an education future fund that would set aside the amount of $1 billion. This amount would make sure that the TIOSA funding formula and the rest of the state's commitments to fund public schools ability to be funded without being cut. It gives in the near future that TIOSA funding will not be cut in order to balance the state budget. The schools that I represent would not be able to survive without the support of state funding that they receive. In the past, there have been a number of reductions in state aid that greatly affect the ability of the schools I represent to support the students that they serve. We need to continue to fund the TIOSA formula in whole so that all the kids in the state can receive the education they deserve. Again, I would like to thank the senator and the governor for putting education in a stronger position than it has been in the past. I want you to know that not all GNSA schools, we have a standing deal within GNSA. Schools can oppose what the GNSA stance is, and there are schools that do oppose the stance I'm taking today, but I want to make sure that a majority of GNSA schools are involved in this stance. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Any questions, Senator Erdman?
Thank you, Senator Wishart. So are you a lobbyist then?
I'm the executive director of GNSA. I am a registered lobbyist.
Okay, so then your salary is paid by tax dollars?
My salary is paid by GNSA.
And GNSA, it uses tax dollars to pay you?
Yes, in a sense, yes.
Okay. That's kind of peculiar that we have people who get tax dollars come here and lobby us for more tax dollars. That's not a question, that's a statement. Thank you.
Additional questions? Senator Dorn.
Thank you, Senator Wishart. Thank you for being here. I think you made the comment that not all of your schools were supportive of this. About what percent or what, any idea, or?
It's a small percentage.
A small percentage are not supportive.
Right.
The majority of your
vast
schools.
majority, yes, sir.
Majority. Okay.
Yes, Senator.
Additional questions?
Senator Winters, thank you. Follow-up question.
Certainly, Senator.
Would it happen to be the largest?
It could be, yes. It could
So
be.
the
I think
most
they'll
number of
I think they'll
students
testify
possibly?
behind me, yeah, so.
Okay, but that's probably the ones I want to hear.
Okay, thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thanks, Senator.
Because of the hour that we're at today, and we have 2 more pieces of legislation and a number of more testifiers, we're going to move to 3-minute testimony. So please adjust your testimony for that. And we have okayed this with the introducer of the bill. Additional proponents?
Members of the Appropriations Committee, thank you for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Brad Wilkins, that's BRADWILKINS, and I'm a school board member from Ainsworth Community Schools. I also serve as a past president of the Nebraska Associations of School Boards. Last December, Governor Pillen formed an educational task force to look at educational issues in the state of Nebraska. I was fortunate to have been a part of the group that represented large schools, small schools, industry, and other stakeholders from across the state. Although the stakeholders had varied individual interests, I believe that common ground was found. Not one person believed that our state could afford to ignore the education and future success of our kids. An education that stretches from early childhood development through career readiness. A vibrant and growing state requires a vibrant and growing workforce. Every good farmer knows that a bountiful crop requires an investment in good seed, adequate nutrients, abundant moisture, and diligent labor. As we sow, so shall we reap. Although everyone wants a state that attracts talent, there is no substitute for growing our own too. Nebraska has a rich history of citizens with grit and determination to overcome the challenges that we face. This means that we don't quit on any student. This means that we provide facilities that are equipped with resources and teachers to help every student achieve their greatest potential. Whether it is advanced classes for gifted students or special education classes, we have a responsibility to the students of Nebraska. Today, I have my friend Ty Boley here. And it's a long drive from Ainsworth, and I appreciated the windshield time that we shared together. Plus, I'm excited to see where Ty's going to take me for dinner tonight. Ty is an 8th grader at Ainsworth Community Schools and a proud member of the class of 2027. Ty participates in cross country, basketball, and track, and has been involved in middle school student council. Ty's favorite subjects are math, science, and shop. His favorite teachers are Mrs. Allen, Mr. Nelson, Mr. Pollock, and Mr. Clapper. It probably isn't coincidental that they teach math, science, and industrial tech, and PE. When I asked Ty why they were his favorites, I heard phrases like, they listen, they're understanding, they help with problems. They make sure that students and athletes are taken care of. Ty is interested in graphic design, blacksmithing, and broadcast media, and is considering a future in one of those areas. One of the great things about being an 8th grader is great imagination. There are so many possibilities for the future. Sometimes it helps me to look at the world through the lens of an 8th grader. It is so easy for us adults to see the barriers and obstacles and lose the wonder and excitement of possibilities. LB 681 is filled with possibilities for Nebraska's kids. Ty is just one of those students who look to us to provide the clear pathway to realizing those possibilities. LB 681 is a historic plan to invest $1 billion in the future of our students and our state. It recognizes the state's obligation
And
to
as you
each
see, your red light is on if you want to just finish up.
one more paragraph. It recognizes the state obligation to help provide for those students who have special needs. It recognizes the need for great teachers, mentors, and career and technical education opportunities. It is an investment so that our students can realize their dreams. I encourage you to make the legacy of this legislature the historic investment in our students and our state.
Thank you for being here and thanks for driving all the way, both of you. Any questions, Senator Erdman?
Thank you, Senator Wishart. Thank you for coming. How far did you drive?
It's about 280 miles.
It's a good start. Thank you for coming. So you have 415 students according to this. 415 students at $1,500 is $625,000.
Yeah.
Your current mill levy is 82 mills.
Mm-hmm.
Very low compared to some. Mm-hmm. So do you know what the reduction in your mill levy will be if we add 625 to your budget?
I haven't done that math, so I'm not exactly sure. But I would say that we're pretty proud as a school board that we have not changed our tax asking for the last 4 years.
Yeah, that's good. I appreciate that. But the point is this: there's some of these school districts that are $1.05 or more.
That's correct.
And we're going to reduce those. But districts like yourself, who have held the mill levy at 82, you're going to get a reduction, a significant reduction, percentage-wise, compared to those people who are at $1.05.
And we've reduced our mill levy every year because our property values have gone up and our tax ask has remained the same. So with an influx of state funding, I would anticipate that we would have a fairly substantial decrease in the levy.
You get zero state aid.
Yes, zero equalization aid.
Yep. You get $47,000 from income tax rebate.
That's correct.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Additional questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Additional proponents?
Good afternoon, Senator Wishart, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is John Schwartz. That's John Schwartz, and I'm the superintendent for Millard Public Schools. I am here as a proponent for LB 681 as amended with AM 193. Equalized school districts like Millard tend to be among the lowest cost per pupil spending districts in Nebraska. They also tend to be at or near their general fund levy maximum of $1.05 because they have low assessed values per pupil. Consequently, when the state aid formula is not fully funded, there is often no way for equalized districts to make up the lost revenue, typically requiring spending out of limited cash reserves or making cuts to staff or programs. Through a business lens, this makes it difficult to budget and plan long term. The state aid formula has been changed frequently in ways that have reduced the funding schools receive. This is especially true during times when state receipts are down or are projected to be down. Levers within the formula, such as the local effort rate and the cost growth factor, are subject to change on an annual basis. By raising the local effort rate, it increases formula needs and reduces the aid a district receives. In reviewing 10 years of state aid pre-pandemic before the influx of federal money, the local effort rate was raised 5 out of 10 years. The other lever, cost growth factor, was reduced 7 out of these same 10 years. The cost growth factor adjusts financial information used to determine basic needs and is intended to account for the fact that there is a cost growth that takes place between the year the data is collected and the year it is used to calculate needs within the formula. When you lower the cost growth factor, it has the effect of reducing a district's needs calculation, causing a reduction in state aid. There have also been structural changes to the formula over time, which have reduced funding. For example, factors for instructional time, teacher education, and kindergarten class size all are no longer part of the formula, thereby reducing obligations to school districts. The addition of foundation aid is a concern for equalized school districts because it creates a new funding obligation which could impede the ability of the state to fully fund equalization aid during lean revenue bienniums. Since most equalized districts do not have levy authority to offset these losses, this is a change which carries a disproportionate risk for equalized districts. We support LB 681 as amended with AM 193 because it prioritizes fully funding equalization aid and increases the probability that new funding in the plan will be sustainable. While state revenues are strong now, there's no guarantee this will be the case forevermore. We also believe AM 193 reflects the commitment of the governor to fully fund equalization and creates a viable backstop to do so in the future when state obligations are greater than revenue. I'd like to conclude by thanking Senator Clements, Governor Pillen, and his team for the amendment to LB 681, for the investment in education, and for the ongoing collaboration. Gladly answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Any questions? Senator Armendariz.
Thank you. Thanks for testifying. Something that caught my ear was the low valuations.
Low value per pupil. So the amount of valuation that exists, the adjusted valuation for the school district relative to the number of kids that are educated. Equalized school districts tend to be more densely populated. So the amount of overall property value that exists per pupil is of lesser proportion than more sparsely populated school districts.
Okay, since you have more students in your school district, you're saying you spread it thinner.
Correct.
And that's
Yep.
why you have it at $1.05?
Correct. Yes. So we generate. In fact, I have it right here. I'll share it with you.
I want to have a follow-up question there. The valuations have gone way through the roof, especially in the metropolitan area. What has that done for your budget? It stayed at $1.05.
Yeah.
So you must be flush with a lot more money than you expected.
So unfortunately, the way the state aid formula works is it's needs minus resources equals our aid. So one of the phenomenons that we see in equalized districts is that as our property valuations go up, we tend to see a nearly proportional decline in the aid that we receive. So it becomes very difficult to get ahead. Obviously, that trails by about a year because of the way the formula is structured. So there may be an influx of revenue one year, but we typically have to think about the subsequent consequence the year after. And I think that is illustrated in the way the state aid formula works. So state aid goes up one year, or your valuations go up one year, you tend to see a nearly proportional decline the year after.
Okay, so the gentleman that testified for Ainsworth has kept the mill levy at 82 cents. Are you saying that the metropolitan area has more kids per classroom, so they need it to be $1.05, or?
So what I'm saying is that in the illustration that I passed out is there is more value that exists per pupil in non-equalized districts. So every penny levied is going to generate more dollars to educate per each kid than an equalized district like Millard, for example. And so they're just different dynamics. So the valuation and the value that exists per pupil are not necessarily related to each other in the way that you're framing the question.
Would you expect to be able to lower the mill levy with this?
Yeah, and I think our district, I'll speak for our district, and I think it's probably true of many others, we have lowered our levy, even though we anticipate that we're going to lose state aid as a result of the increasing resource on that side of the formula. Our board has lowered its levy 4 years in a row. So we've gone from a $1.25 to a $1.21. And specific to this, our board has been committed to trying to lower its levy to the extent it can. One of the pieces that we don't know yet necessarily is how much additional revenue will the final plan deliver. We anticipate it will deliver some. I think we all heard Lee and the governor speak to their intent to do so. And our desire would be to try and provide property tax relief to our constituents in Millard Public Schools if the plan delivers additional funding.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Yep.
Additional questions, Senator Erdman?
Thank you, Senator Wishart. Thank you for being here. So I'm looking at your school. You have 23,633 students. At $1,500, that's 40 million. You currently receive equalization aid of 50 million. You get another 4 million from the tax rebate, so you get about 54 million. Your mill levy is 121, as you said. So if you get 40 million from the foundation aid, are you going to lower your property tax by 40 million?
So as it stands right now, those dollars, that $1,500 per pupil, will be inside the formula. And since our needs exceed our resources, we're still an equalized district. So we don't get that $1,500 per pupil as a net, which I think is the piece that Lee was talking about when he was up here testifying, is that for equalized districts, in the original plan, it was that additional special education reimbursement that would generate the new revenue for us. It sounds like there may be some changes to that are potentially coming. So whatever that dollar amount is would impact our ability to provide the property tax relief. And Senator Erdman, as you know, in the state budget functions very similar. You plan a budget over more than 1 year. So you would really need to look at what's the property tax relief that could be provided over a band of years, because there could be an aberration in any 1 year in isolation. But the intent from a Millard Public Schools standpoint, I believe, would be to deliver the property tax relief to the extent we're able with new revenue.
So let me ask it in a different way. If you get, your need is 50 million in equalization aid, and we replace 50 million of that with the foundation aid, will you still get 10 million in equalization aid?
So we would get it in a different bucket, but the dollars we would receive would be about the same. So for example, if you're looking at what I think you're looking at, we actually receive about $76 million in equalization aid, because our option students are counting on the resources side of the formula, and then it's getting baked back in our final allocation. So we're getting that basic funding for those kids through that allocation. So our needs would still continue to exceed our resources. So again, for us as equalized school districts, really the question, to answer your question, that I would need is kind of what that final dollar amount is that we're working with in new revenue to determine specifically what the property tax relief would be that we're able to provide. From that point forward, it's really just a math problem, and then thinking about a budget over a biennium or a 3-year band of time, and the fluctuations in the way that the state aid formula counterbalances property valuation changes as well.
So let me ask you this then. So until we replace, because you get about 23 million from option students, you have about 20 students, 220 students, I would guess, somewhere in that range.
Can you say that again? Option students, our net options around 2,500.
Okay. All right. So if you did that, you'd have to get more funding from the state to be greater than those through property tax relief. Wouldn't that be true?
We would have to receive additional money outside the formula in order to provide property tax relief, correct?
So there's a very good chance that we do this and we give you this foundation aid, it may not lower your property tax.
I think that's where the devil's in the details. So in the original iteration of the plan, as it was outlined in 583, which is a bill that revenue heard, not this committee, there was additional special education funding to get up to that 80% that each district received, and that varied by district based upon their special education population and what those reimbursable expenses were. If you go back to what Lee was sharing, that he and the governor's office are looking at different strategies other than that for equalized districts to generate new revenue. Once we have that dollar amount, we would be able to determine to what degree of property tax relief we would be able to provide. But going back to what I believe is the spirit of your question, Senator Erdman, I believe that the objective of our board would be to use additional revenue in part to help deliver property tax relief for our constituents.
So then you're making an assumption you're going to continue to get the equalization aid and the $1,500 foundation aid on top of that?
It'll look a little bit different because that $1,500 is going to count as a resource within the formula. So it's going to come in different buckets the dollar amount will be roughly the same in the end, because we will remain an equalized district. So it functions differently for non-equalized districts where their resources exceed their needs, which gets at Senator Armendariz' question. In those more sparsely populated districts that have more valuation per pupil, their resources do exceed their needs. That's different in districts like Millard, where the amount of valuation we have per pupil is significantly less, and therefore each penny we levy doesn't generate the same proportional amount of money for each child, which is why we need to levy more to generate a similar amount of funding.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. Additional proponents.
Good afternoon, Senator Wishart, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Liz Standish, spelled S-T-A-N-D-I-S-H. I serve as the Associate Superintendent for Business Affairs for Lincoln Public Schools. I'm here to testify in support of LB 681 as amended by AM 193. The Lincoln Public School District appreciates the opportunity to participate in discussions with Governor Pillen and his staff, and the opportunity to be at the table to exchange ideas in a consensus-seeking manner. The Education Future Fund, established in LB 681, provides stability to school districts that rely on state funding. The prioritization of equalization proposed in AM 193 is essential. School districts with lower property valuations per student are often at the maximum levy, with nowhere to go when state funding falls short. Sustainability of state funding is critical to maintain quality schools in the state of Nebraska, and LB 681, as amended, would do that. School districts' access to property tax funding across the state ranges, to get to your question, Senator, when you, for comparison's sake, only look at school districts that are not on a substantial amount of federal land. So I did take those out of the analysis. At a $1.05 max levy, we have school districts that can raise $3,000 per student, and at a $1.05 max levy can raise $67,000 per student. So that's why you see levies that are 40 cents all the way up to $1.40, is because that access to property value per student is so widely spread across the state. And that is what makes our school finance challenges so great, because we're traveling that main spread. Equalization has to be maintained as the top priority of the state. I cannot emphasize enough how critical the amendment is to the bill. That is something that, as a committee, I hope that you consider strongly in including with the bill. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thanks, Liz, for being here. Senator Erdman.
Thank you, Senator Wishart. We'll get back to my chart here. Okay, you have 41,674 students at $1,500. That's 62 million. You currently get 108 million in equalization aid and 7.5 million from tax rebate. So you get no option students. You have zero. Your mill levy is 122, right? So the same question I asked to the previous testifier. So if you get $62 million, will you still get some kind of formula funding to make up the 108 that you're going to get another 50 million, then you have 56 million to make up that? So is that how much you'll have to get before you get property tax relief?
Yeah, I think the most critical thing to know is that foundation aid, when it runs through the formula, is not new money for equalized school districts. So that does not give equalized school districts an opportunity to bring property tax relief to their communities. So I know that Mr. Will, when he came up, talked about a strategy where the foundation aid could then yield new money, which could yield property tax relief. And I think that's definitely worth talking about and considering. But to your point, Senator Erdman, foundation aid alone would not bring property tax relief. In the governor's original bill that was proposed and considered by the Education Committee, he included, based on input from superintendents about special education funding and the various needs that school districts face, he did include special education funding outside the formula. So the special education reimbursement outside the formula would be the tool in the original legislation to get new funding to equalize districts. That is what's in flux right now and being talked about. So we need to see how the final package comes together and how the numbers look.
Would that not have to exceed the current equalization rate you get to lower property tax?
It
You'd have to
depends.
get $50 million from that fund.
It depends on how it's treated in the formula. So at one point there was conversation in the original bill as proposed. It was actually not ran through the formula. So it did not count against your equalization aid. So it did yield additional revenue. I think that was the original vision from the governor, was to provide property tax relief in every community. I understand there's a lot of questions about that and that special education funding should stay in the formula. And I understand that now Mr. Will and his staff are looking at analysis of another method through foundation aid.
But I guess to simplify it, unless you get excess money over 115 million, more than that,
Yeah,
you're not going to lower property tax.
Our current state funding is right at about 115 million, 114 and a little bit more. So in order to have a conversation with my Board of Education through the budget process of the state is coming in and shifting responsibility from the property taxpayer to the state, I would actually need that shift to happen and I would need additional state funding in order to make that work.
And it has to be greater than 115 million or you don't get any property tax relief.
It depends on how it runs through the formula. I think that's what's important to look at, is there are ways to get new state funding to equalize school districts. We just have to keep working and talking through it to figure it out.
Peculiar.
Okay, I would say that Mr. Will's philosophy is very sound, that he spoke to you about this afternoon, that the foundation aid, if you don't count it fully as a resource in the formula, it does yield new money. And so that would put property tax relief conversations on the table in equalized districts.
No, the point is you still need a certain amount of dollars to do what you do. And unless you get that from somewhere, you're not going to lower property tax. I don't care. Inside the formula, outside the formula, whatever you do, you have to get more money than you're currently getting now to lower property tax. That's the only way you can do it.
And what I'm hearing you say that you would need from the analysis as it moves forward is here's what the district would have received. And then based on the new strategies that are used, here's the additional money they would receive so that you could see that how it works. Yep.
Right.
Yep.
It's hard for me to understand that.
Yeah, trust me, as we've been walking through all this, you can get turned around in the state aid formula with the ins and the outs based on what goes in needs and what comes out of resources. But I do believe the concept of foundation aid and not counting it as a resource is a sound concept that Mr. Will is pursuing.
Additional questions? Just to add on to this conversation and to get your confirmation on this, what Lee suggested is some of the discussion that's going on, is that if we were to do an additional 300 million per year, and still figuring out the mechanism for this, but that Lincoln Public Schools would be able to get 26 to 30 million additional state dollars annually. Is that accurate? Am I reading that accurately?
I have not had a chance to review those numbers.
Okay.
I will say the governor's very original modeling when we were looking at state aid distribution, so the money was going out through state aid distribution, was in the 20 million plus range. And as I understand, the intent is that they're trying to reach that same bar, if not exceed it with the new modeling, but we haven't had a chance to even review the new modeling yet. But I do think the goal is a 20 plus number for Lincoln Public Schools in new state funding, which would then absolutely be talked about by our Board of Education through the budget process of, we would have to look at our total state funding. What does that look like first? And then we could have a conversation about changes to the levy and property tax relief for taxpayers in Lincoln. And that would follow our standard budget process with multiple hearings and forums and public input and lots of opportunity for community conversation. I know you're very familiar with that, Senator.
I am. Thank you. Thank you so much, Liz, for being here. Okay, seeing no additional questions, next proponent.
Thank you, Vice Chair Wishart, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Ben Welsh, BenWelsch. As an educator and currently as a teaching and learning fellow, I'm here today to speak in support of LB 681 on behalf of the Nebraska State Education Association. As written, the NSEA supports LB 681 in transferring $1 billion from the general fund to the Education Futures Fund. Currently, we're in a teacher shortage in Nebraska. We also have a worker shortage in Nebraska. Investing in teachers and students with LB 681 couldn't arrive at a better time. The commitment to invest in students now is imperative to create a sustainable future economic environment for all Nebraskans. Also, continuing to invest in our schools with $250 million year after year solidifies the narrative that we won't give up on our kids. Our schools are the engine that maintains our robust Nebraska economy with future entrepreneurs and innovators, small business owners, healthcare workers, and teachers. It takes a strong commitment to schools to help create and maintain the quality of life that Nebraskans come to expect. Investing in our kids with LB 681 would help ensure the good life continues for our Nebraska families. In addressing the teacher shortage, LB 681 would provide additional resources to help recruit and retain teachers in all needed fields, whether that is helping future educators in their college experience or helping districts maintain budgets to retain and expand the work of educators all across the state. Being able to provide teachers and support staff with competitive compensation to work with all of our students helps keep our local economies strong. It takes high-quality educators to create high-quality kids. To address the worker shortage, LB 681 provides students the resources they need to be successful. Additional special education funding would help schools provide the personnel and resources for the Nebraska students who need it the most. Adding career and technical programs for students to not only get the academic and technical skills that they need, but the hands-on knowledge and training it takes to enter the workforce. And lastly, providing students an opportunity to have a mentor. A caring and trusted adult can help guide the student during their school years to provide support and encouragement to help them be successful in their current and future goals. We ask the Appropriations Committee to advance LB 681 in creating the Education Future Fund and to invest in our kids. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you for being here today. Any questions?
Thank you.
Seeing none, thanks. Additional proponents? And if you're planning on testifying on this legislation, please move to the front.
Thought there might have been another proponent so we could have a gap between one Welsh to the next. My name is Dave Welsh, D-A-V-E-W-E-L-S-C-H. I am Ben's dad, but we do have different opinions at times. But I am here in support of LB 681. I am a farmer and currently serve as board president of Melford Public Schools. I have served as school board member for over 31 years. I'm here to testify in support of LB 681. Thank you to Governor Pillen and Senator Clements for introducing this bill to provide increased funding to public schools. I also speak in support of AM 193, which prioritizes how funds in the Education Future Fund will be spent. Fully funding equalization aid under TIOSA is the top priority, and I strongly agree with this. But equalization aid only goes to 86 out of 244 schools today. As recently as 2009, we had 206 equalized schools. One of the original intents of TIOSA, which is still in statute today, is to assure a greater level of equity in property tax rates for the support of public schools. This simply means that property tax levies should be closer together. LB 583 is the governor's complementary bill to LB 681 on how to distribute state aid. It provides $1,500 per student and an increase in SPED reimbursement. The end result is that there will be 22 fewer equalized schools under this plan. And there are many instances within each legislative district across the state where levies are pushed further apart. LB 320, the Nebraska plan introduced by Senator Brandt, lowers valuations within the TIOSA formula, and this results in the doubling of the number of equalized schools from 86 to 177. It brings the highest levies down and closer together. The combining of LB 583 and 320 is the best solution to school funding. This is outlined in the handout, which you just got. Also included is a chart and graph which shows the impact of levies in LB 583 compared to combining both of these bills together. As you can see by the black bars in the graph, the combining of these bills brings levies down and closer together across the state. If we change TIOSA to create more equalized schools, the cost of increasing sped reimbursement to 80% drops to $20 million. Minimum 10% basic funding, only $10 million, and a minimum of $1,500 per student is only $5 million. Increasing the number of equalized schools is the key to providing funding and tax equity across the state. So if the priority of LB 681 is to fund equalization aid, then the legislature needs to make sure that we fund schools in a way so that we increase the number of equalized schools.
Thank you for being here today. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Additional proponents? Going once? Okay. Opponents now. We'll move to opponents.
Vice Chairwoman Wizard and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Brifull, B-R-I-F-U-L-L, and I'm a member of the Omaha Public Schools Board of Education. I am here today in opposition to LB 681. We sincerely appreciate the intent of this legislation and Governor Pillen's efforts to fund public schools and reduce property taxes while providing continued financial support for public schools in Nebraska. We also very much appreciate the fact that Governor Pillen was willing to include the Omaha Public Schools in discussions regarding the school funding legislative package that LB 681 is a part of. Our opposition to LB 681 stems from two key issues. First, the Education Future Fund could only be used to provide foundation aid and increase special education funding in LB 583, as well as increased funding to school districts that provide dollar-for-dollar property tax relief and grant programs for teacher retention, career and technical education classroom opportunities, and student mentoring. Our district has a long history of opposing foundation aid because the entire premise of TIOSA is needs minus resources equals state aid. The funding of foundation aid, or more appropriately, the prioritization of foundation aid over equalization aid in LB 681 will ensure that school districts that have more resources than needs will receive funding that should be going to districts with higher needs than resources. We believe that a potential scenario where foundation aid is protected and equalization aid is reduced to balance the state budget, disproportionately impacting equalized school districts that may not be able to offset equalization aid reductions with property tax revenues, is anti-ethical to the very core of school funding. We are aware of and appreciate the reprioritization of equalization aid over foundation aid contained in AM 193. However, AM 193 does not resolve our overall objection to foundation aid. Second, we recognize that the investments proposed in LB 681 are historic. However, they do raise concerns about sustainability in the future. Planned expenditures from the fund average $300 million annually over the next 7 years. With planned expenditures 20% higher than revenues, the fund will eventually run out of money or require an additional significant investment. The intent language included in the bill for annual transfers to fund the $250 million also does not guarantee that future legislatures would make corresponding appropriations in time of economic downturn. Our skepticism about the actions of future legislatures is based on the legislature's historical behavior. The legislature has a long history of manipulating the TIOSA formula whenever it faces budget shortfalls. TIOSA has been amended 10 times over the last 20 years to reduce the amount of appropriations needed to fund the formula per statute. That is basically once every other year. We are concerned that a future economic downturn or recession would once again result in the undoing of this legislature's good intentions. For these reasons, we oppose LB 681 and the package of bills relating to school funding. We appreciate the legislature's attention to these concerns, and I am happy to answer any questions. And we also have our fiscal specialist here, Mr. Ryan, here to answer any specific fiscal questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for being here today. Any questions from the committee? Senator Matias.
Thank you, Senator. Is the entire OPS school board against this bill?
Yes, we are.
Is it the hesitation of what might happen in the future? Do you agree that it would help you immediately if it was to pass?
I think these specific package of bills would increase the amount of state aid that we get for the short term. But when you look at all of the tax bills that are currently being heard in the legislature that are being seriously considered, all of those tax bills as well, if you take those into consideration, would ultimately lead to a decrease in aid to OPS.
Do you think that it would be beneficial to oppose what might be in another bill later, or if a bill would come up years to come that would basically threaten the TIOSA formula like you mentioned? Would that be more appropriate to address it if that should happen and let the legislation pass, since you would actually, OPS would actually benefit from this legislation?
I think there are concerns about sustainability. That's really what we are the most worried about. Because if we just kind of sit on our heels and say, yes, this will benefit us now, but knowing full well that this isn't going to benefit us in the future, I think that's a little bit of an oxymoron. So we have taken the initiative to voice our opinions.
So you know it will not benefit you, or you're worried it won't?
We are worried that it won't.
Okay. All right, that's what I wanted to address then. That's what your intention was.
Additional questions?
Thank you, Senator Wisher. Thank you for being here. I guess that over the years, just kind of a general comment, when there's been some plans brought forward, OPS has more often than not probably been opposed to them. What would it take for OPS to be in favor or something?
You know, I think that's a good question. I think if the legislature took more of an initiative to include us in talks, you know, the governor did include us initially, but any other amendments or conversations that have been made have not included us. And so I think when you are proposing a piece of legislation that would change our funding so drastically, and that would fundamentally change the way that we have to do things, it's important that we are included every step of the way. And so I think collaboration could definitely get us to a place where we are more accepting and have more buy-in of the changes that the legislature is trying to make to school funding.
Well, thank you for those comments. But part of it, what you just said was sustainability and long-term sustainability, and how the state, how we fund basically school funding. I'm not sure we can guarantee that for you ever though. So I guess I'm trying to differentiate between the two, or why including more in your conversations, there's somewhere there has to be something else to have the state sustainability.
Sure.
Any additional questions?
And I am going to have Mr. Ryan come up, and if you have any additional fiscal questions, he can answer them for you.
Thank you. Additional opponents? Good evening.
Good evening, Vice Chair Wishart, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Shane Ryan. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for Omaha Public School District, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Any additional questions? Please spell your name.
Excuse me, SHANERHIAN.
Thank you. Senator Dorn.
Thank you, Senator Wisher. Thank you for being here. I'll ask you the same question I just asked the lady before you here. What's it going to take for OPS to be supportive of a plan, knowing that we basically can't guarantee long-term sustainability?
Thank you very much for that question, Senator Dorn. We believe as a district that property taxes are the most stable source of resources for our school district. And any proposed change to school funding that would shift the balance of state aid to local property taxes could ultimately be very detrimental to our school district. When there are times when the state legislature has to make tough decisions, and this committee, the Appropriations Committee, has to make reductions in funding for school districts or hold funding very flat. That ultimately comes back to equalized school districts such as ourselves. And unlike the non-equalized school districts, we are not able to go out and increase our levy above the $5 cap. And so property taxes are the most sustainable source of revenue for our school district. Foundation aid is also something that we oppose on a very principled basis. We ask our patrons to fully support our school district with the $5 levy and still require an additional $286 million from the state to educate our students based on the calculation of the TIOSA formula. So we're at about a 50-50 split right now. Any shift towards 60-40 state to local resources could be very problematic for us, especially if there is a recession or economic downturn and state aid would be held flat or reduced. And we would have to make some tough choices on our end about staffing levels, providing living wages for our staff, or what programs we're able to offer our students in our 86 school buildings.
Thank you.
Senator Erdman and then Senator Vargas.
Thank you, Senator Wisher. Thanks for coming, answering our questions. So I see your total mill levy is almost 125, 124 something. And as you stated, your equalization aid is about 280 million, including your tax dollars. And so you're concerned about if we go away from property tax and the state has a revenue shortfall or have a tough time, we decrease funding to your school. Is that the scenario that you're presenting to us?
That's it in a nutshell, yes,
Okay,
Senator.
so if we have a shortfall and the state runs into hard times, that means that the patrons of your district are also having a hard time making ends meet. But because you collect property tax, it doesn't make any difference to those people if they can pay it or not. You just continue to collect the same taxes you've always collected. And you never have to worry about getting your tax dollars, because on the first Monday in March of every year, your county treasurer sells all the certificates that weren't paid. So you know for a fact that every year you're going to get exactly the dollars you request from property tax if somebody's willing to pay those. So not taking into consideration the fact that those people paying the taxes will have to suffer because they can't pay the taxes, it's okay that the school should get all that they get every time and put the burden on those who can't pay the taxes. That is a very, very selfish way to look at it, because you should function under the same guise that everybody else does. When the economy turns down and there's less revenue, you need to function under less revenue. So sitting here and saying it's the most reliable form of funding is exactly true. What that means is we can't tax the hell out of you without your permission. That's what it is. And so that's disingenuous to come here and say this is the most reliable form of funding, knowing that us poor suckers that pay it, we have to pay it no matter what, if we can afford it or not. That's a problem.
Thank you for the question, Senator Erdman. Property tax revenue is the most stable form of funding for our school districts and all school districts, because we have a locally elected board of education that levies that mill rate and lives in the community and knows what our community members are going through. So the legislature includes the majority that live outside of the city of Omaha and may not have the same context of what our patrons are going through, and may make decisions that would be detrimental to our school district.
So you're saying local control is the best? Is that what you're indicating?
Local control is a very important aspect of a school board.
Okay,
yes,
and I agree with you, but here's my definition of local control. It's the money that's in my pocket I have control over, not the money in my pocket that you have control over. That's the difference between your definition of local control and mine.
Senator Vargas.
Thank you very much. And it's actually a really good conversation. I appreciate Senator Erdman on a couple of different points. I think a lot of times we have talked off the mic we talk about property tax relief a lot. We have done hundreds of millions of dollars of property tax relief within the appropriations budget. And I believe we also have budgeted for that in our preliminary. Can't remember the exact amount off the top of my head, but it is hundreds of millions. And we always talk about these questions that he's asking about, are people actually going to commit to lowering their levies, is a valid one, because otherwise, what are we going to do? The state's going to have to pick up funding in the long term, which I think that's my larger concern. So I wanted to see if you could speak a little bit more to, and I mentioned this earlier when I asked the governor. We've had economic downturns in our first year, 2017, and we've had better years this year. But looking at historical averages, that's still a lot of fluctuation. So I would agree that property taxes are more stable. I don't agree with the sentiment necessarily that means that is what we have to do, or that's a reason to not necessarily support this. But I do think I'd like to see, are there other reasons beyond the sustainability on whether or not future legislatures are going to fund this and prioritize this, that are reasons to be opposed to this, that you might be able to speak to?
I would say sustainability is the number one reason. When we look at the three bills that make up the governor's education finance reform, and the 7 or 8 bills that make up the tax reform, there are some sweeping changes to income tax that trickle down to school districts through the allocated income tax. I am very concerned about what the proposed change in valuation for ag land to an income-based approach would have on the TIOSA formula. Looking at the way Iowa does theirs, there have been years where the income-based approach results in a valuation at 25% of market valuation for the cost of that land. If you cut the already artificially reduced valuation of ag land within TIOSA by half or more, that could greatly increase the annual contribution required by the state to fund TIOSA, which could then trickle down to equalize schools through reduced funding if that doesn't fit a future appropriation number. Sustainability is the number one issue. I think secondarily is the philosophy of foundation aid. School districts that are out there that levy 30 or 40 cents because they have so much property in their school district and a relatively small amount of students have the opportunity to contribute more to their school if they feel that their school needs to offer additional services or programs. We, as a densely populated urban school district with a very fixed footprint, only have the $1.05 that we can levy for property taxes. And through the TIOSA formula, we can only generate about half of what it costs to educate one of our students through our local property taxes. So the redirection of state tax dollars to school districts that have sufficient levy room in their district is not something that we can be in support of. We would like to see that allocated through a program that would benefit more school districts that are equalized or have difficulty meeting the needs of their students.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Additional questions, Senator Armendariz?
Thank you, Senator. Thank you for being here. I do live in OPS in Bennington, so I can speak to the property tax. Bennington arguably is the highest mill levy in the state.
I agree. I live right across the street from Bennington in your district, Senator.
Okay, so you live in my district, so you understand the pressures of the property tax argument. It's a big one in our district. Unfortunately, too many people think OPS is not producing what they think those dollars are going to. So it's a very difficult conversation. If we had one of the premier school districts and we're paying premier price, I think it would be less of an argument. So I think it needs the success rate of those students of our largest school district. That needs to be a conversation. If we keep taxing, I mean, across the country, we're one of the highest property taxes.
Senator, I don't think anyone in OPS would tell you they are happy with the results that we've had over the last several years. I think that anyone in the administration or in building leadership would tell you that we strive to do better. We are trying to do better. We are looking at making significant investments in attracting and retaining staff through compensation that will require additional funding. I think it's important to put in perspective the type of school district we are as OPS, as a large urban school district with high density poverty within our population, which is a much different scenario than other school districts that surround us. And when you compare us and hold us up, it's important to pick school districts that reflect similar situations to us. If you look at districts like Kansas City, Missouri, Oklahoma City, other large urban school districts that have significant poverty, that's maybe a better comparison than an OPS to a Bennington or a Millard Public Schools.
I appreciate that comparison because I grew up in inner city Omaha with large amounts of poverty. That hasn't changed. It's getting larger.
Yes.
But the conduct in the class, I will reiterate like I did earlier today, the conduct in the classroom is not being addressed like when I was going to those inner city schools. And I think the teachers are frustrated. Like I said, not one of them said that they weren't getting paid enough. They might mean that because the expectation has exponentially grown for them and it's just not worth it anymore. Can we address the frustration they're having in the classroom instead of just throw more money at it?
I think our building leaders attempt to address that on a daily basis. I think things are significantly different than when I was in school 30 plus years ago, which is longer than I care to admit to. I think having seen my children grow up and go through Lincoln Public Schools, and it is just vastly different than when I was a child. And there's a lot of reasons for that. Some of them are within our control, some of them are not. But we certainly are committed to all of our students. We strive to do the best that we can with what we have available to us today and to find ways to improve on that on an ongoing basis.
I appreciate that. I just wanted to state that we can't afford to just keep paying more and more and more because it's getting more and more difficult in a classroom. We have to get the difficulty of the classroom addressed.
I agree student conduct can be an issue, and we do attempt to address that through social and emotional learning initiatives. Those cost money. It does take additional funding for our teachers. There's a short labor pool. We have significant vacancies. We have had for years. We've seen an increase in the number of individuals retiring. So we do try to put together a workplace that's attractive to teachers that will compensate them so they would want to come work for us.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Additional opponents? Seeing none, anyone in the neutral? Seeing none, Chairman Clements, you're welcome to close.
We'll keep this brief. Back to the bill. The governor has worked with the large schools and the small schools to get consensus support for this package. And he's provided this Education Future Fund. Its purpose is to assure those schools that the $300 million in new funding is sustainable. And as you heard from his budget director, that's the purpose for this fund, and that they're working. Sounds like they're still working on maybe the fine details of the other bills, but this would be the backup so that when there is a shortfall in state funding, this $1 billion fund can be used to, I think he said out to at least 2030 in even difficult revenue cases.
Thank you, Chair. Any final questions? Okay, we do have some position comments. Just one position comment in neutral. And with that, close the hearing for LB 681.
So this guy really pissed me off when he said unfair reduced value of ag land. His district 6% ag land.
We're now going to go on to LB 48, Senator Dorn. And due to the time of day, I prefer to stick with 3 minutes for testifiers. Senator Dorn, welcome.
Welcome, and yeah, almost good evening or whatever. So LB 48, good afternoon, members of the Appropriations Committee. I am Myron Dorn, M-Y-R-O-N-D-O-R-N, and I represent District 30, which includes Gates County and southeastern Lancaster County. In 1965, the Nebraska Legislature created 17 educational service units to maximize resources and to provide critical services to Nebraska schools. Since fiscal year 2009-10, the core service funds allocated to service units have been systematically reduced by 14.6%. Specifically, they've been reduced from allocation of approximately $15.6 million in 2009-10 to current allocation of approximately $13.3. LB 48 would help restore the funds that have been cut over the past several years. In this bill, core service funds would increase from the current $13.3 to $16.3 million for fiscal years 23-24 and to $16.8 million for the following fiscal year. ESUs provide core services which are defined in statute as professional development, technology, infrastructure, and instructional materials. Schools depend on service units to provide these critical services. In fact, requests from schools for these core services support has only increased as educational needs have changed. For example, schools request support for behavioral management, instructional strategies, implementing new research-based curriculums, and new teachers entering the professions. Schools also request more support from ESUs to help them with their technology and technology infrastructure. For instance, some curriculums now provide the use of 3D printers or the creation of drones and other technology-related products. Schools also need assistance monitoring their computer networks. It's unfair to ask a social study teacher or English teacher who is not qualified to monitor these highly technical networks to do so. Additionally, the Department of Education does not have employees deployed across the state of Nebraska. They rely on service units to assist them when schools need improvements. Finally, during the pandemic, federal funds were given to nearly every educational institution across the United States, including colleges, universities, public schools, and Department of Education. But service units did not receive any of these federal funds. ESUs cannot be expected to continue providing services, even though these same services were provided 10 to 12 years ago for less money, let alone provide all the additional services we are asking them to do to meet the needs of students, whether academic, technological, behavioral, and mental health, or the professional development of teachers, to name just a few. It is due to these reasons that I am bringing forth LB 48 for your consideration. Happy to answer any questions. And I think Senator Lippincott, his bill earlier today, 610, there were several of the people that talked about that and how some of those Perkins funds and stuff that is worked down through, especially the smaller schools out west, it's worked down through their ESUs and how the ESUs help deploy that and such. So,
any questions from the committee? Senator Erdman?
Thank you, Senator Clements. Thank you, Senator Dorn. You know, over time, I've been watching these ESUs. I've been involved with them. I was on the school board. So their funding was cut during COVID. Is that what you said?
No, their funding was cut approximately 10 years ago when they were at a level of about 15 million, and their funding was cut down to that 13.3. And then they've been basically steady in that level ever since then.
Is part of their need for more funds is they're doing more than they used to do?
Part of their needs, you're partly correct or kind of correct in that way. Many of the schools, especially the rural schools, aren't able to, I call it, like I told Senator Armadeus earlier, when you have a foreign language or whatever, many of the smaller schools can't supply a teacher for 3 or 4 students. Now these ESUs have been able to like have a class, an online class where they project it out to them, and 3, 4, or 5 or 6 different schools can go through that. One of the other things that these schools really do, I don't know if he's here to talk about it or not, but many of these ESUs are now, I call it the computer base for many of the high schools. That's where they go through with their systems, so that now they have the cybersecurity and they have the network that they can use in their school to make sure that hopefully they don't have problems.
Why don't they just use OCIO?
If we could do that as a state funding source, and that you have to talk to Senator Clements with, but thank you for bringing that up. Yeah.
But here's the, you made a comment about having 3 or 4 students of second English as their second language. Some of these schools will go there and do that without having the ESU. So I think at some point we need to have an LR to see if the reason we started ESUs is actually accomplishing what we asked them to do, and if we didn't have mission creep. In other words, they're taking over a lot of stuff that they shouldn't be doing. That's why the expense is so great. I'm having a difficult time understanding the continuation of mission creep for ESUs as we go on.
Some of the testifiers behind me will be able to maybe zero in on some of those comments.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Senator Dorn. We'll invite the first proponent for LB 48. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Clements and members of the Appropriations Committee. Thanks for hanging with us today. It's been a long day. My name is Dan Schnoes, DANSCHNOES. I'm the administrator of ESU 3 in Omaha. I have a handout that's going around. A special thank you to Senator Dorn for submitting LB 48. This bill is before the Appropriations Committee today. Is very important to the core services that each ESU provides. Simply, we are asking you to catch us up to where we were financially as past cuts were not replaced. And as you are well aware, that ESUs are an important part of the educational community in the state of Nebraska, and we provide a plethora of services for our school districts, more so than when the ESUs were developed over 50 years ago. ESUs were asked time again to help during the pandemic. In a lot of cases, we carried the mail, delivered the grain, but we've received no additional funding. And we just wanted to help out our school districts as much as we could. We feel we have proven ourselves many times over, and in many cases with our colleagues from other states, which there are 45 states that have ESA type agencies. They're very envious of our positive and collaborative relationships that we have with our school districts and our educational community. ESU number 3 serves 18 districts in the Omaha metro and surrounding areas. We have 8 schools that are classified as rural in our 2 rural counties. We have over 86,000 kids, 5,500 teachers. On the average, we see an increase of 1,000 kids that move into our area every year. This past year, as you can see on the first infographic that's beyond my 2 pages of testimony, you'll see that core services only make up 11% of our budget. Our property taxes covers the other 22%. And therefore, and all the other services that we provided all comes from grants and contracts that we are working through, either NDE, state contracts, or in some cases, federal grants. And as you can see on the infographic, our core services cover some of our basic needs, but we rely on those grants for many of them. I'd like to highlight one of our successful programs, which goes hand in hand with LB 610, which is the Perkins money, which we are very supportive of, is our Makerspace Lab. And you can see that that program is extremely popular with our school districts. Many of the CTE preparatory programs, and we bring in elementary and middle school kids and start getting them connected to all the different things that they can do career-wise. And you can see that on the other infographic, it'll share more information. And you might ask, if we had more core service dollars, then what? What will that bring? Well, we are being asked by our school district to continue to provide more and more services. I listed some of them on the second page there, and I know I'm going to run short of time here. We're asking for $3 million. It's only, I think if I did the math in my head right, it's about 0.3% of what they were asking in the last bill. So we're not asking for a lot. But we do know that our costs have gone up. Everybody's costs have gone up. Our school districts are asking us to do more efficiently. We are a mechanism for you guys to save the state money. And that's what ESUs do. And we try to provide services every year to do that. And I know I'm out of time, but I'd be willing to answer any questions.
Are there questions? Senator McDonald?
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for all your work. Was there anything else you wanted to finish?
There was a couple things. I just wanted to, again, highlight the Makerspace Lab because we use, and so here's an example of our 18 districts. When we said, we have an old computer lab that we don't bring people in for computers anymore because almost all of our districts are one-to-one. They're almost all that way across the state of Nebraska. So we know in our data center, we'll have 110,000 devices that'll probably be hitting our network every day. And so when we look at cybersecurity, we will look at filtering, we look at all the different things that are happening in there. But when we asked our districts, what do we do to replace the old computer lab? Our district said, put some money towards a makerspace lab so we can bring kids in, we can bring teachers in, we can look at those programs. We invested about $100,000 into this program, and now anybody can use it all day long if they want to come in and bring teachers in. So initially we saved, many dollars for those school districts. The other thing I want to mention, and we've talked about it a little bit, that a lot of the other districts hit on is the pandemic put a huge amount of stress on educational systems across the state and across the nation. There's just no doubt that happened. A lot of our people that were in working with instructional coaches, they were working with principals, working with administrators. A lot of those people were pulled back in the classroom because we didn't have subs. And so that put a lot of stress on not only the workings of everybody in the district, but to make things worse, to make things better during some worse times. Now we're at that point where we're trying to reapply what we learned, and we know we have to beef up the instructional coaching, good instruction for kids in the classroom, but we also need to take care of our teachers. We also need to take care of our administrators. We also need to make sure that families are being taken care of. And so we're asked more so now to get out of our ESUs, which we've been doing a lot these last few years, and to go into the school building and provide that kind of support for those teachers and administrators. Because we know there are a lot of them leaving the workforce, and that's unfortunate. And so we not only have to keep those people in our workforce, but we have to bring in a lot of new teachers. And you talked about stressors that teachers are seeing different in the classroom. That's true. And without that support for them, good mentors, good instructional coaches, good administrators that are providing that support, we're going to lose some of those good teachers, especially those new ones that are coming out. And if you look at our list, that's number one, is getting in the classrooms and helping. Number two is helping the principals.
Just interrupt it. How about a little bit more on workforce development?
Workforce development, that comes along with growing those teachers not only to do better. One of the programs a number of our schools are doing is starting to pay student teachers. But back to the makerspace, what we have found is that a lot of our kids and our programs and our teachers coming into the CTE or to our makerspace lab are taking that technology and taking it back into their classrooms. And so they can do projects, connect to our program, go back out. And we have other ESUs that are trying to develop those programs. And that's where the core service funds come in to help develop. I believe it's ESU 10 in Kearney actually put a makerspace lab on wheels so they can drive it around to their school buildings. Now, they can do that for reduced costs, so not all schools have to invest in that, and then we can share our resources. And that's just another way of where we can be efficient.
Thank you.
So.
Any other questions? Senator Erdman?
Thank you, Senator Clements. So what is your budget at the ESU3?
So if you look at the top of that infographic, we are about $38 million.
So what is that per student?
Divide that up by 86,000, a couple hundred.
Okay, so one of your comments said you save dollars for the school districts. So what is your mill levy then?
We get a penny and a half.
How much?
Oh, a penny and a half.
Okay, so
is the max that we can do.
So if you didn't have the ESUs, the schools would collect that penny and a half. So I'm having a difficult time figuring out all those things you do, how we got here, and how many employees do you have?
About 350.
How many did you have when you started?
When I started there,
over time.
So I've been there 9 years, and we've probably added. We picked up a Head Start grant for all of Sarpy County, and so that one grant brought us about 50 employees. So we probably added 50 to 75 over the last 9 years. Core service dollars provides dollars towards professional learning and technology and instructional materials. Has to be spent in those three areas. So any growth in that area either comes from the increase of core service dollars, or we have to use property taxes, or we go out and find grants. So we added a school mental health grant. It's a federal systems of care grant about 1.5 years ago. That's going to add about 5 to 10 employees. And that grant was to provide school mental health services in our 8 rural school districts. And why did we do that grant? Is because our school districts were asking for it. They needed help in that area. And that's not coming out of any funding for the ESUs. It's part of my budget, comes from a federal grant that we work with Region 6.
On that document you handed us, it says contracts and grants 67%.
Correct.
Contracts with the schools?
Contracts with the schools. So if you look on there, Brook Valley Schools is a program school that we run, that we have, depending on the year, 85 to 100 special needs kids that are bused in there every day. And it's a collaboration of all the school districts chipping in. They pay a certain dollar amount per student. And then we have those kids come in with specialized teachers and paras to work with them. Because these are some of the most difficult kids in the school districts that they can't take care of. And so we bring them in and work these in. And if you ever come to ESU3, there are 2 buildings across the road that we've purchased over time. And we've run this program for, I think, the last 25 to 30 years.
Okay.
And we have a waiting list for kids to go in.
So you know how much, and that 67%, how much is grants and how much is contracts?
I don't know that without coming off, but so like Brook Valley probably has a $5 to $6 million budget, and so that would all be contracts. Okay. And so the Head Start grant is about $2.5 million a year. So that's a grant. Our school mental health grant is our cut is about $500,000 a year. So probably a pretty good balance between the two.
Because those contracts, if they come from public schools, that's probably tax dollars.
Most of that would be special ed dollars for that program that they would be paying. So most of it would either come from their equalization aid or their property taxes.
But your contracts for those computer things you're doing, that wouldn't be special ed.
For the district technology, no, that would come out of our property tax, that $1.50. It either comes out of core services or it comes out of that $1.50. So we have a data center. We provide backup and recovery services for more than half of our districts. And then we provide filtering software, and we provide, we have the largest bandwidth of anybody in the state of Nebraska because of the number of kids we serve and because of the number of devices that might.
So out of this $3 million in contribution we may make, how much would you get?
That's a good question. If you divide, there's 17 of us. So if you did a rough divide.
Is it just straight across or by population?
It's going to be by population, and core services runs kind of on a similar formula like state aid does, TIOSA. I don't know. We've never run the formula, but I'm guessing a couple 100,000.
So I would say if we have 350,000 students and you got 86.5,
About a fourth of it.
you got the lion's share. You're going to get a significant portion of that.
Probably, yeah.
Thank you.
Good question.
Senator McDonald?
Follow up on one of Senator Erdman's questions. As you grew with the number of employees based on the need, how many of the students, how much population grew with the students and the teachers? Do you have that for the last 10 years?
So, yeah, I could look that back up, but I think when I started 9 years ago, we were probably at about 72,000 kids. And for a couple of years, we were growing by 1,500 to 2,000 students a year. During the pandemic year, we took a little dip in the number of kids served because there were more homeschooling, but now a huge percentage of those came back. And so we've probably grown 10 to 15,000 kids in just the ESU3 area. But Senator Erdman is correct. We work with about about a quarter of the kids in the state of Nebraska in our area. And then we also provide some services to our private schools as well, if they contract with us.
So the growth of staff was based on the need and based on the students.
Yep.
Thank you.
Exactly.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your
Okay,
testimony.
thank you.
Next proponent. Welcome again.
Thank you again. Good evening, Senator Clements and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Jack Moles. That's JACKMOLES. I'm the Executive Director of the Nebraska Rural Community Schools Association. And today I'm not only speaking on behalf of NERCSA, but also on behalf of the Nebraska Council of School Administrators, Nebraska Association of School Boards, the Nebraska State Education Association, Schools Taking Action for Nebraska's Students' Education, and the Greater Nebraska Schools Association. And on behalf of all those groups, I would like to voice our support for LB 48. We thank Senator Dorn for considering the needs of Nebraska's ESUs and public schools by attempting to restore much needed funding to our educational service units. Senator Dorn actually went through what the breakdown is, what has happened to funding over the years. Today, the state provides a little over $13 million. Back in 2009, 2010, the state provided $15 million, a little over $15 million. So a drop of about over $2 million since then per year. And at one point, actually, the funding was as low as $12.5 million, but it's been brought back up a little bit. And so one of the things I looked at was, what happens when ESUs lose funding? And one of the things I looked at was, in my experiences, many times we asked, as a superintendent, we asked our ESU to take on some things. And when that happens, and there wasn't funding available within the service unit, who paid for it? Well, the schools did. We pooled our services or our resources together to pay for something. So Senator Erdman, you're correct. That went back to the public schools then, which helped raise our property taxes. A few years ago, I did a study for Senator Groney in which I looked at the ESU services upon which rural schools were most dependent. And in the study, I identified 40 services, and I asked the superintendents, tell me which ones you're using. And as I looked at that, there were about 25 or 30 of those services over half the districts were using. But one of the things that was most striking to me as I looked at the list of those 40 services, probably 30 years ago, half the things on that list were not important to public schools or needed by public schools at that time. Those things have grown since then. And so in closing, it's a belief of all the groups that I'm representing that more is needed in funding our ESUs, and Senator Dorn's bill is simply a step in restoring lost state funding. So we greatly appreciate his efforts and encourage you to move this bill forward.
Any other questions? Senator McDonald.
So Senator Dorn's bill gets you back to where? He doesn't get you back to even. He gets you back to how close?
It gets them back to even where they were.
Okay.
In
at that point in
2009,
time,
2010, about in that time.
At that point in time.
Yeah.
without looking at cost of living and other, okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Morris. Next proponent. Welcome.
Senator Clements and Appropriations Committee. My name is Kevin Wingard, KEVINWINGARD. I'm the superintendent of Milford Public Schools, current chair of the Nebraska Council of School Administrators. I'm here today in support of LB 48. Milford is a member of Educational Service Unit number 6 in Milford. ESU 6 serves 16 districts across 5 counties and provides vital services that impact 14,000 students and nearly 1,000 teachers. I don't have time today to address all the core service areas that are provided by ESU 6. Today, I'm going to focus my comments on what I think is a little bit misunderstood, but a vital area, the technology infrastructure, all of which Milford Public Schools could not do on their own. First, disaster recovery. Through the ESU, Milford has a turnkey disaster recovery plan with servers hosted out of 2 data centers with full uninterrupted power supply and generated services for a backup power source. A lot of these things are required by our insurance company with ransomware and other issues that take place for them to provide us coverage. Next, the servers that are managed by the ESU store critical files and systems that we use for daily operations. The ESU runs consistent backups, some of which are retained for over a year, equipment we could not purchase on our own at Milford Public Schools. Through the ESU, nearly 500 different aspects of our Milford network are monitored, so we have immediate alerts if there's a problem. We can take immediate action to address it. Also, the ESU functions as a network hub firewall, which provides network security, monitoring incoming and outgoing network traffic. It permits or blocks data packets based on established protocols by our school district. In addition, the ESU assists with the oversight of content filtering, which ensures students are safe and that content that is inappropriate or objectionable cannot be accessed. The list goes on, but with 3 minutes, I need to start wrapping up here. But with all this, with all the things mentioned, we have outstanding security and support for the many technology systems we're relying on at Milford. Simply put, Milford Public Schools and most other schools would struggle to maintain functionality and operations without ESU supporting so many services that are an inherent part of today's education system. Obviously, I address you today as one school district and located in one ESU, but I want to emphasize that based on my experience and discussions with my colleagues, I know ESUs across the state provide many critical services to their member school districts. From my experience, I believe the role of the ESU is too often taken for granted. People just don't understand the role they play. I also believe that ESUs have been over-reliant on a modest 1.5 cent levy and on contracting services to districts. Many services that are billed dollar for dollar to the districts, services that ESUs are mandated by state statute to deliver through technology and professional development. LB 48 would be a strong gesture of support. I believe ESUs are an invaluable state required entity. I want to thank Senator Dorn for sponsoring this important bill for ESUs. Thank you for letting me testify today.
Thank you. Other questions? Seeing none, thank you for abiding by our shorter time limit. Appreciate it. Next proponent. Seeing none, is there anyone in opposition? Seeing none, anyone in the neutral capacity? Seeing none, do we have comments? We have position comments on LB 48, 7 proponents, no opponents, none in the neutral. That will conclude our hearing on LB 48. We will open our hearing on LB 319. Welcome.
Thanks for having me. Okay.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Chairman Clements and the members of the Appropriation Committee. For the record, my name is Sean Flowerday. That's SeanFlowerday. I serve as staff for Senator Bostar, who regrets that he's unable to be here this evening. He had a time-sensitive meeting that he was unable to reschedule with the change in times for today. I'm here to present LB 319, a bill to provide a one-time transfer of funds for early childhood purposes. Nebraska's child care industry has been badly underfunded for years. As a result, we do not have enough child care openings for Nebraska families to meet the current demand. We can't attract and retain the workforce needed to provide care, and parents are forced to shoulder the burden of increasing child care tuition rates. Prior to the pandemic, First Five Nebraska, in coordination with the University of Nebraska Bureau of Business Research, conducted a study to analyze the financial impact that inadequate child care options have had on our state. This study found that insufficient child care options take a heavy toll on Nebraska families, employers, and state revenues, resulting in nearly $745 million annually in direct losses. COVID-19 only exacerbated the problem. Although federal funding provided through the American Rescue Plan Act helped buoy the industry, it was only a temporary solution, and more still needs to be done to stabilize the situation. Without a sustainable long-term solution, we will continue to hear from communities as they struggle to provide care to our youngest Nebraskans. LB 319 provides a one-time transfer to areas we know need the most support. All funds provided in this bill will be invested by the state investment officer, and all funds must be expended by the year 2027. Over the biennium, the bill provides a one-time transfer of funds to the following: $50 million to the Nebraska Early Learning Endowment Fund, also known as Sixpence. Sixpence is a uniquely Nebraskan approach to helping parents give their infants and toddlers, especially those facing significant challenges, a better start in life. It combines public and private resources to fund and enhance the quality of parent engagement efforts, center-based services, and child care programs in 36 counties throughout the state. Because of its success, First Five has identified 50 communities that want to either expand or start a new Sixpence program, but are currently unable to do so because of lack of available funding. This money will provide the necessary support to those communities. Another $40 million to the Child Care Capacity Expansion Fund to support communities and help them increase the number of child care programs. Last year, as part of LB 1024, introduced by Senator Wayne, the legislature appropriated $4 million to the Department of Health and Human Services in order to support increasing child care capacity across the state. The department received 82 applications for the first round of funding, and unfortunately, we're only able to award funding to 16 communities. This additional funding will support communities across the state that were left out of the initial round. And finally, $10 million to the Child Care Wages Fund to support the Nebraska NAEYC Wages Program. This program is the only statewide wage supplement program currently available to child care employees. We have the funding available to make a substantial and significant investment in the child care industry that will provide needed assistance to employers, employees, and Nebraska families. LB 319 is part of a long-term strategy to fund the early childhood system so more Nebraska parents can access and afford quality care, our children can receive quality care, and all child care providers and their employees have the financial resources available to them to have successful and stable businesses and careers. Senator Bostar asked that I convey that this legislation was introduced to offer the Appropriations Committee an opportunity to review what we believe are worthy programs that offer Nebraskans a lot of value. If the Appropriations Committee sees fit to make investments in Nebraska's early childhood systems this biennium, we felt that taking some time to highlight these programs in particular was warranted. Those who will testify behind me, briefly, will provide additional details. Thank you for your time. I encourage you to support LB 319. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the committee? Senator Lippincott?
Who would qualify for this?
I'm going to have the representative from First Five answer that question. She'll know far better than I, and she'll certainly have it.
Thank you. Any questions?
Great.
Welcome.
Hi, good evening. Chair Clements and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Tracy Gordon, TracyGordon, and I am the Executive Director for the Nebraska Association for the Education of Young Children. Nebraska AEYC, and a passionate advocate on behalf of early childhood education. I am honored to be here before you representing Nebraska AEYC's talented staff and, more importantly, the larger early childhood community. One of the initiatives that you asked who would benefit from in this bill, I am here to share with you about the Child Care Wages Program. The Child Care Wages Nebraska program provides incentives for individuals to remain in the field of early childhood education while improving the skills and abilities of the workforce while reducing turnover. Across the country, early childhood educators typically receive low wages. In the field, receive low wages. And childcare workers typically make about $25,000 a year, half the average wage for all Nebraska workers. While the childcare industry still experiences high levels of turnover, and is currently experiencing the same staffing issues as many industries in Nebraska, providers have been incentivized to remain in childcare because of the salary supplements provided by the wages program. Nebraska AEYC was selected to administer child care wages in 2019, and we awarded our first supplement in 2020. Child Care Wages Nebraska is the only wage support program in the state and currently provides salary supplements to 34 family child care providers across the state. Our average supplement is $1,114 a year. Currently, the wages program is funded by the Nebraska Department of Education, and I know the department would allow us to expand the wages program if we had more funding available. If we had more funds available, we'd be able to offer the program not only to family child care providers, but to child care centers across the state as well. So on the back of my testimony, you have results of the surveys that we send out to our recipients of the salary supplements every year. 96% said that wages encouraged them to stay in their current early education program, and 100% said receiving the wages supplement helped ease financial stress. I've been sitting here all afternoon listening to the testimony of the bills before me, and all I can hear as I listen is how valuable and important childcare and early childhood education is to the infrastructure of our state. We know that parents are the first and most important teachers in a child's life, but the reality is that 75% of parents with young children under the age of 6 have both parents working, or all adults working outside of the home. So because of that, we know that there are a lot of children who are in need of high quality early childhood care experiences. So early childhood education is the workforce behind the workforce. It is how other parents and other people get to do their job. So I would encourage you to place this investment in early childhood educators by voting in favor of LB 319.
Thank you. Other questions? Seeing no, Senator.
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Clements. Thank you for coming. So currently, where do you get your funding now?
The Nebraska Department of Education.
How much do you get?
60,000.
60,000? So how much of this new allocation would you get?
Well, I'm hoping that we would get all 10 million, but I'm thinking that it would be spread over the course of 3 years.
So you're getting 60,000 and you want to go to 10 million?
I'd love to go to 10 million because 60,000 is only supporting 35 family child care providers right now. And we know that we have over 10,000 early childhood educators in the workforce in the state. So if we could get 10 million, I could do significantly more with that and impact a much, much larger population of our workforce.
I would say you should with that
I
kind of
would.
increase. So who's the statewide organization? Is that you?
That is us, Nebraska
Okay.
Association.
I think I heard the introducer say something about 6 pence. Did he say that?
That's the other initiative that's included in the bill.
Okay, what, do you know about them or should I ask?
I do, but they're going to come up after me. So yeah, they'll talk.
Okay, all right. So are you a lobbyist?
I am not.
Okay,
Like I
Thank
said, I'm just a passionate advocate.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next proponent.
That's not much of an increase. Okay.
Welcome.
Thank you. Chairman Clements and members of the Appropriation Committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Katie Benner, K-A-T-I-E-B-E-N-N-E-R. I'm here today on behalf of Merritt County Child Development Center, as well as Central City Communities for Kids, to testify in support of LB 319. Limited access to quality childcare is not new. Central City and rural Nebraska are extremely short on high-quality childcare options. According to the most recent census in Central City, there are 341 children in Central City between the ages of 0 and 5 years old. 284 parents are working. There are currently 112 licensed childcare spots in Central City. This leaves a gap number of 172 children in need of high-quality, affordable childcare. LB 319 supports working parents and the childcare industry. This bill provides wage supplements for early childhood educators that work with children from birth to 5. This is amazing. Childcare professionals are severely underpaid, yet these individuals are essential, tasked with molding the next generation of this country. In a business that is inherently profit challenged, this funding would be absolutely amazing for Nebraska childcare professionals. This bill would also provide capacity expansion grants. I can personally testify to the positive impact these grants would have on a community. The Merritt County Child Development Center currently serves 70+ families and is at capacity with 85 children. However, Central City is set to use federal funds to expand capacity so the Child Care Center can serve an additional 40 children. And through a partnership with DHHS, the Nebraska Children and Family Foundation's Communities for Kids initiative has and will continue to provide technical support in this expansion project. This technical assistance provided by Communities for Kids has been invaluable, as most childcare professionals are not professional grant administrators. They have helped us navigate reimbursement submissions and offered broad scope advice on expenditures and other grant-related matters. We are beyond excited to invite new families and children to our center this summer and know that if none of this would be possible without those federal funds. High-quality childcare and early childhood education are the cornerstones for a safe, prosperous, vibrant, and inclusive community, and investment in early childhood development will yield almost infinite returns. Please vote in favor of LB 319. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify today. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions from the committee? Senator Dorn.
Senator Clements, thank you for being here. Of those numbers you gave earlier, the 340 kids and the 172, what do they do for childcare?
We've conducted a community survey. So I'm on the board of directors for the Child Development Center and the community coordinator for Communities for Kids. So in addition to my full-time job, I spend probably 20 hours a week being an advocate for childcare in Central City. So the community survey went out to, and over 300 people responded, which in a town of 3,000 is pretty significant. Lots of those people, we asked questions. Do they work in Central City? Do they commute? That kind of thing. Lots of their kids stay with family members, or one parent doesn't work. And there are unlicensed childcare facilities, in home in Central City as well. So those weren't taken into account.
And maybe grandpa and grandma.
That's right. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So thank you.
Mm-hmm.
No other questions? Senator Lippincott?
In Central City, we've got a child care facility. It's right beside the workout building. And, are they going to expand that?
That is the expansion I referenced. Yeah. So they're currently at capacity. They're licensed for 85, and they're going to expand. It's in progress. Hope to be open this summer to add at least 40, possibly 45 new childcare spots. And that's made possible with ARPA funds, CRSA funds, all of these federal funds that I applied for. And I'm not a professional grant writer, so to have the technical support has been amazing with reimbursements and stuff like that.
They were accepting contributions on that too, weren't they?
Of course we are. Absolutely. Anybody's welcome to donate.
You had that little sign out in front of the building.
Yeah.
Thermometer.
Yeah.
All right, thank you for your testimony. Next proponent. Welcome.
Hi, thank you for having me today. Chair Clements and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Elizabeth Everett, spelled ELIZABETH, and I'm the Deputy Director of First Five Nebraska, a statewide public policy organization focused on supporting policies that provide quality early learning environments for our youngest Nebraskans. I'm here today to testify in support of LB 319 and would like to thank Senator Bostar for introducing this important bill. So you have my submitted testimony. You also have a policy brief that we put together, and then also testimony from another testifier who wasn't able to make it today. This bill does three things. It provides a $50 million transfer to Sixpence which is Nebraska's signature public-private framework that provides care for those most at-risk children, birth to 3, and those families. So those kids really do need the support. It provides $40 million for capacity expansion grants. As previously mentioned by Sean, we know that several communities have applied for these grants in the past, but unfortunately we're not able to receive the funding because there are such limited amounts available to them. And then a $10 million transfer to wages. We know right now that the childcare industry, especially with COVID-19, is experiencing significant turnover. We have right now about 40% of employees last year left the industry, and by only making $11.17, it's no reason why. So additional wage supplements to help support this crucial industry will help expand program capacity and help support this workforce. So Senator Lippincott, you asked who would be available for these programs. Any community would be able to apply for a 6 pence grant. Any community would be able to apply for a capacity expansion grant, and any employee would be able to apply for a wages grant. And then, so I'm happy to answer any questions.
Other questions, Senator Dorn?
Some of these grants, do they have to be, I don't know, called state certified, or if somebody has their child and 2 others, they wouldn't be able to qualify for these, or where?
No. So for the capacity expansion grants, the hope is that a child care program would apply for that grant, or a community group would apply for those grants to build a new program. The hope is to expand current capacity or to expand from a 0 to X amount capacity to serve more children. No family right now probably would apply for these grants because it's specific to the childcare industry.
But talk a little bit about, because when I was at a program this summer in Beatrice, they talked about the fact that many of these, to be qualified, they have to go through basically a fingerprint and that type of stuff. That's
Sure.
what I was referring
Oh,
to.
sure. Yeah. And that is a big problem. We're actually working with Senator Ibach and Congressman Flood and Congressman Flood and Senator Fisher on that issue. Fingerprinting is a huge issue right now with childcare industry. It's a huge burden to just get fingerprinted and processed. It's required by federal law that every employee has to have a federal fingerprint done, but it was originally supposed to take 7 days, but right now it's taking anywhere up between 7 to 45 days for that information to return to the employee. The process between the Department of Health and Human Services and State Patrol is very burdensome. It's not a very quick and streamlined process. And so we're trying to find some federal solutions or state solutions, and we're actually hoping to do an interim study this year to introduce legislation next year.
So that fingerprinting is more a federal guideline than a state guideline.
It is, yeah. So there was a federal requirement in 2014 that the state had to implement.
Any other questions? Senator Erdman?
Thank you, Senator Clements. Explain 6 pence for me. It says it's a public-private partnership. Explain that.
Yeah, so 6 pence is a Nebraska signature project. It's the only one in the country. It was passed through legislation in 2006. Right now, it provides 3 different models. So it provides a center-based programs, it provides home visitation programs, or it provides a child care partnership programs. All 3 of those programs have public and private funding attached to them. So we have a public endowment that we set up in 2006, in addition to a private endowment that we set up as well. The initial public endowment had $40 million. The private endowment had $20 million. So there is a 2-to-1 contribution from public and private funding. We also have state general appropriations every year of $7.5 million. So all of those funds go together to support children and families that are considered vulnerable. And it's only to support children's birth to 3. And that's specific because we know that infant care costs the most, especially for those child care programs and for those families to afford.
Tell me about the private partnership, the 20 million. Who is that, a nonprofit of some kind?
It's multiple philanthropic organizations and multiple family foundations that have contributed funding to it.
Name a few.
It's the Scott Foundation, the Buffett Early Childhood Fund. It's I can get you a list that I can provide to that, but those are the top 2 that I can think of right now.
So how much of this 100 million would you guys get? 6 pence.
6 pence would be different. So the way that the 2 cash funds are set up right now, the $40 million and the $10 million would be provided to the departments to allocate over 3 years. This $50 million would go into the endowment, so into the State Department of Education's general operating funds, and they would invest those dollars over a period of time. So they wouldn't get the full $50 million. the way that the state general funds operate is that they would only get the interest and dividends off of the investment. So it would be significantly less than the 50 million.
I don't see a place where it says over 3 years. This fiscal note says 22, 23, 24, 100 million. How's it over 3 years?
The language in there says that it should be expended by 2027 in the bill language. I can't remember what line item that's on. Okay, page 2, line 16.
Okay. Say it again.
Page 2, line 16 of the bill language says that the funding for the program shall be expended by 2027.
Okay.
The 10 for education and 40 for DHHS by the end of fiscal year 27.
All right. She's saying that the 10 million and the 40 million are over the 3 years.
Correct.
The 50 million is all at once.
And then they use the interest.
And then the
Yeah.
interest is sent out.
Yeah, so
Just
they
the
would,
in- Just the interest because it's an endowment.
yes, yeah, they would get significantly less.
Very good. Other questions? Seeing none, thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Are there other proponents? Are there any opponents? Seeing none, anyone in the neutral capacity? Seeing none, welcome to close.
Thanks for sticking with us.
The wave's closing. And on LB 319, we have position comments. Proponents 27, opponents none, neutral 2. And that will conclude LB 319, and that concludes our hearings for today. Thank you, everyone, for your patience.
Say it again.